Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to formally declare this meeting open of the Colac Otway Shire Council for the 24th of April 2024. Almighty God, we seek your blessing and guidance in our deliberations on behalf of the people of Colac Otway Shire, and we enable the Council's decisions to be those that contribute to the true welfare and betterment of our community. I would like to start this afternoon by acknowledging the traditional custodians and the makers of this land, the elders past, present, and welcome any descendants here today. Please be advised that this meeting is recorded and live streamed with the exception of confidential matters. This includes the public participation sections of the meeting. The live stream recordings of this afternoon's meeting will be available on the website as soon as practicable. By participating in open meetings, individuals consent to the use and disclosure of the information they share at the meeting, including any personal and/or sensitive information. I note that all councillors are present, and I want to note Councillor Finnegan is joining us online. Thank you. Moving on to question time. Colac Otway Shire Council encourages community input, and integral to this is the opportunity provided to ask questions at council meetings. 30 minutes is allowed for question time at council meetings. Community members wishing to ask questions of council by video conference were requested to register their intention before 5 p.m. on the 22nd of April. No requests have been received. I have received questions in writing from James Judd, Rob Favata and Michael Fenton. These questions will be read out and a response will be provided by the relevant member of the executive management team. In accordance with Council's governance rules, an individual written response will be provided to questions that have not been read out today. All written responses will be available in the minutes on the Colac Otway Shire website once confirmed at the following council meeting. Before I move on, do I have a show of hands of anyone who might want to ask a question from the gallery today? Mr. Webb, thank you. Now move on to the written questions. From James Judd, question 1. Is council ever going to fix the footpath it claimed it did some years ago outside 49 Queen Street, Colac, when it renewed sections of footpath in Queen Street outside properties with frontage to Murray Street only, yet it had promised in writing it would fix the poor footpath outside 49 Queen Street? Colac, that has operations at, plus the footpath is getting worse as time goes on. If that poor quality footpath should cause any persons to have an accident, the council could go for damages for not providing a safe footpath, especially as it is outside one of council's operations. Response from the General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your question. This section of path was inspected after you brought it to our attention in March 2021, and whilst there's cracking of the path, the surface was still relatively even and under the criteria where council would reconstruct the path. Council did indicate at that time that the section of path would be referred to the footpath renewal program the following year. However, the annual program is always prioritised on the basis of safety and compliance with the road management plan, and this section had not been prioritised above others for renewal work. All footpaths are subject to routine inspections on an annual basis, and we also respond to requests from the community to inspect where there is a concern. We'll arrange for another inspection of the section of footpath you've inquired about and ensure that defects are addressed or renewals scheduled in accordance with Council's adopted road management plan.
Thank you, Mr McNeil. Second question from Mr Judd. Why does the Colac Otway Shire not pay very careful attention to the closing dates to lodge applications for positions, expressions of interest or contracts? So the closing date is not on a date when council offices are closed and not open to the public. You recently advertised a position available with the closing date Good Friday, plus the office would not be open the following 3 days. Response from General Manager, Corporate Services.
Through you, Mayor. Council uses online platforms for the submissions of both employment applications as well as tenders for contracts. Therefore, a closing date that falls on a public holiday or weekend does not preclude anyone from being able to make a submission on time.
Thank you. Third question. Why has the Colac Otway Shire Council not set in concrete the due dates or council reports on future budget, future rates and changes must be tabled at a full council meeting, so the public can digest them and lodge a submission on them long before they must be passed. The report should never be presented to a full council meeting after the March council meeting each year. This means no longer eliminating the January council meeting when some other councils that hold meetings late in a month are still able to hold meetings in January each year. This would allow 2 months to lodge submissions, then a submission committee meeting at least 2 weeks prior to the council meeting to accept them, that they must be prior to the end of June each year. These reports should have the same time limits on them that apply to all council obligations to pay wages, etc., on time, plus submit all reports to the Taxation Office and payment of all superannuation on time. No excuses for late production of reports should be acceptable. Response from General Manager, Corporate Services.
Through you, Mayor, Council's draft budget and fees are issued with the agenda for the relevant meeting where Council will consider these things. In this case, tonight's agenda includes these items for Council to consider endorsing for the purpose of public exhibition. The community will then have a minimum of 4 weeks to review the documents and make submissions, which Council will hear in early June before being presented with a final budget for adoption at the end of June. Council's governance rules state that all endeavours will be made to make Council meeting documentation available on Council's website and in hard copy at its customer service centres 5 days prior to a scheduled meeting. We're unaware of this deadline being missed.
Thank you, Mr Denny. Question 4. With the massive push by Colac Otway Shire Council for all sections of the community to use renewable electric power as a source of energy, plus Council's extension of recharge points for EVs, when will this council face up to the facts that no renewable electric power can be used until a valid transmission system exists to bring renewable electric power from manufacturing sites to a place it can be used at without a viable transmission network? We risk massive long-term blackouts when all businesses and industries would have to stop operation. Jobs would be lost and all electronic communications would cease to exist. This could result in the total close down of all teaching institutions as most school buses are changing over to EVs. Theories are meaningless unless they can be delivered, because many items used for renewable electricity production are not recyclable within a few decades. We face a far worse problem than the elimination of plastics that will not break down. Response from General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor, the state and federal governments are responsible for ensuring that the electricity transmission system in Victoria is fit for purpose to ensure the reliable supply of power to residents and businesses. These governments are actively managing the transition of power supplies from fossil fuels to renewable sources.
Thank you. And a fifth final question from Mr Judd. Will the Colac Otway Shire Council review the provision of refuge of last resort to include as well fire, floods and extreme weather events? The addition of a refuge in case of lost electric power. This is urgent as during the past few weeks areas have lost all electrical power for over 1 week after a strong windstorm of only a few hours, with power grid in this region often unable to keep up with demands. Plus the push to turn over to electricity to operate all machinery, we will have a drastic increase in demand when no undertaking has been announced to ever actually improve the very poor transmission system for electricity in this entire region. We have a number of people in this community that require an uninterrupted supply of electric power for medical and other reasons, plus that also includes Council's blue water operations. Response from General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor, state legislation provides for councils to establish bushfire places of last resort to assist communities to plan for the safety of their communities during bushfire events. We're not aware of any plans for this to be extended to other types of emergencies. Bushfire places of last resort do not provide access to power, water, food and other services, and are simply a place for people who take refuge during a fire event when they're not able to safely exit the area.
Thank you, Mr McNeil. Now I have a question from Mr Rob Favata. Background. A recent issue of the Colac Herald advised a failure on compliance at a Western Victoria sand quarry. The issue related to the proper treatment tailings dam where waste products are retained. I believe the issue was also reported in Earth Resources website under an article 2nd of April titled Resources regulator puts industry on notice. Given the secrecy clause associated with work plans, the Colac Herald does not disclose the location of the sand quarry in question. Question 1, is the Shire aware of the tailing dam breach reported in the Colac Herald report? Response from General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. Council's aware of the article in the Colac Herald and has made inquiries with Earth Resources, who've advised us that the sand quarry referred to in the article is not located in the Colac Otway Shire.
Question number 2, can the Shire indicate whether they expect to be advised of breaches of this nature by Earth Resources? Response from General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. Earth Resources is the responsible authority in relation to these matters. It's not usual practice that Earth Resources or other authorities advise Council of every notice issued or breach identified. We would expect to be advised of any significant issues arising at quarries where Earth Resources is aware that there's considerable community interest or concern, and Council has already been liaising with them about these matters.
Question 3, can the Shire indicate whether Earth Resources advised then on the location of the sand quarry breach? Response, General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. As stated, Earth Resources has confirmed the issue is not within the Colac Otway Shire.
Question 4, can the Council advise where the tailing dam issue was located?
Through you, Mayor. No, we're not aware of that detail.
And 5th question, can the Shire indicate whether they have a duty of care to inform residents of potential issues when informed of this type of event?
Through you, Mayor. Earth Resources has primary responsibility and duty of care with respect to matters that it oversees.
Thank you, Mr McNeil. Now have some questions from Michael Fenton. In regard to my questions at the Council meeting of Wednesday 27th of March 2024, seeking clarification as to the Colac Otway Shire's responsibility for the current land use conflict within Bushby's Road subdivision due to the inclusion of a sand extraction operation at 165 Bushby's Road. I thank Mr McNeil for his response. However, my question was not relating to the Colac Otway Shire's enforcement responsibilities, rather as to the Colac Otway Shire's ongoing responsibility in creating the current land use conflicts due to allowing a 30-hectare sand extraction lot to be part of and inclusive within the original Bushby's Road rural residential subdivision granted in 1976. And again within the C69 Rural Living Strategy Plan, which included the Bushby's Road subdivision adopted on 21st of December 2011. So the question is again, what steps are Colac Otway Shire taking in resolving the damaging land use conflict arising from an industrial scale sand extraction operation within and abutting residential properties within the Bushby's Road rural residential area? Response from General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. The location of rural residential housing lots adjacent to the sand quarry is a historical outcome that arises from decisions taken 40 to 50 years ago under different planning controls. In 2013, there was a change in zoning of the rural residential areas from farming zone to rural living zone to recognise what was already at that time an existing development pattern. Most lots had been developed by houses and the land was clearly not being used for farming purposes. The zone appears to correctly reflect current land use for the majority of the area, and changing zone would not be considered without some significant and strategic justification, which currently doesn't exist. Changing the planning zones or controls would also not take away existing use rights of the quarry operations. Any conflict between the quarry and residents needs to be managed through the licence conditions and the protections in the Environment Protection Act, which are matters for Earth Resources and the EPA. Whilst Council has no formal role in relation to the quarry operations, we always have an interest in matters that impact residents, and our steps in relation to this matter include ensuring that residents understand the process through which they can raise concerns and have them addressed, which is through Earth Resources and the EPA, providing information to residents to link them to the authorities, and we have these details on our webpage as well for easy access. Passing on any knowledge that Council may also have to assist other authorities to fulfil their responsibilities, and advocating to Earth Resources and the EPA to respond in a timely manner to residents' requests or concern.
Second question, read the Colac Otway Shire web information page entitled Barongarook Sand Quarry Frequently Asked Questions. Has Council consulted with authorities involved in managing the mining operation? Is Council aware that there has been no dust air quality testing and no acceptable standard of site noise monitoring undertaken at the site to date, which is contrary to the Council's statement? And what steps are Council officers taking on behalf of affected residents to ensure that these measures are undertaken and maintained to an acceptable, auditable level to meet the standards of environmental duty for business, as set out for the Victorian rural residential zones within the Environmental Protection Act 2017? Response from General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. Council's been advised that noise monitoring has been undertaken at the site under guidance from Earth Resources with technical support from the EPA. Both agencies have made regular visits to the site to inspect for dust and noise issues and are working with the operators to identify improvements to the operations. The operators will be undertaking further dust monitoring to guide future improvements. Several dust reduction actions have been implemented by the operator, and both the noise and dust concerns are continuing to be a focus for Earth Resources and the EPA.
Thanks, Mr McNeil. That concludes the written questions. Now we move on to questions from the gallery. And before we proceed with questions from the gallery, can I remind everyone that question time is for questions only. It's not a forum for public debate or statements. When asking a question, can you please state your full name for the minutes? Thank you. Questions from the gallery.
Tony Webber, Otway Forum. A few months ago, I asked a question on international tourists and their driving abilities. Recently, I was going along the Ocean Road and a car came out through a stop sign and onto the wrong side of the road. Another car came up Hardy Street off the Ocean Road on the wrong side of the road. So when I asked the question, the Chief Executive Officer said she was negotiating with the state government on maybe introducing a test for international drivers, particularly if they drive on another side of the road. How is the negotiations going?
Thanks, Mr Webber. I'll respond through the chair. So I do recall you raising the issue before. I think that I'd be surprised if I used the word negotiating. That might have overstated my status in the conversation. I think what I reflected is that councils along the Great Ocean Road have certainly raised this issue with federal and state levels of government, and there have been conversations, definitely, through our advocacy with some form of assessment and advice as international tourists arrive. Those conversations haven't been as active in the last few months, certainly not since you and I last spoke, but there are opportunities coming up in the next few weeks, so I'll definitely keep that in mind. There have also been some funding commitments over time to continuing to improve the signage, and you'll often see reminders about driving on the left-hand side of the road, so it's a matter we can take up with Department of Transport as well and see whether there's any push for further signage. Thanks.
Thank you. On a lighter note, there's no clock out in Colac, not one on the walls. We've had a good look. And also the clock in the main street of Colac is not functioning. Can anything be done about this?
Mr Sheeran?
I'm sure that Mr McNeil
CEO?
might take a list, or one of the general managers will take a note of those. Thanks, Mr Webber, and we'll get onto it. Certainly the one down the street, if it needs a wind or a battery, we can have a look.
Yes, just
there might be history to it, I'm guessing. Yeah.
I think it
Did the rats get in?
Thanks, Mr Webber.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
My name's Wes Hawkett. Just a question on the Tourist Information Centre. I noticed that the report for the Tourist Information Centre is not in this month's agenda. When are we likely to see it?
Mr Sheeran.
through you, Mayor. Thanks for the question, Mr Hawkett. We're in the very final stages of finalising the discussion paper that we then look to do some consultation, particularly with the business community, but also the broader community through a couple of workshops in the very near future. So at a very pointy end of it.
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you. Any further questions from the gallery? That concludes question time. Thank you very much. We now move on to item 5, petitions and joint letters, of which we don't have any. Item 6, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest, please? Councillor Finnigan.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. I have a conflict in relation to, and sorry, I'm just looking at my items here. Sorry. So I have a conflict in relation to item 9.3. Sorry, I'm just very hard to utilise this. The preparation of 2024-25 draft budget, endorsement of fees and charges for local laws and community services in relation to this relates to, likes of street furniture and the like for businesses, because I own a business and my sister also works within the council's OPAS service. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Finnigan. Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a conflict of interest in relation to item 9.4, draft budget endorsement of fees and charges for Blue Water.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Any other? Councillor Finnigan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I also would be remiss of me to also say I have a conflict in relation to the Aged and Disability Services Review, as I have a sister who works within the council's OPAS service.
Thank you. Councillor Hanson.
Now, I have a conflict of interest for item 9.4, preparation of the draft budget, fees and charges relating to Blue Water Leisure Centre, as I'm a member.
Thank you. Mr Tenney.
Through you, Mayor. I also have a general conflict of interest in relation to item 9.4, the preparation of the draft budget, endorsement of fees and charges for Blue Water Leisure Centre, as I'm a member of Blue Water.
Thanks, Mr Tenney. And Mr Sheeran.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to declare a general conflict of interest for item 9.11, Best Value Review of Aged and Disability Services Reports for Noting, as close family members receive domestic support from Council through the Commonwealth Home Support Program.
Thank you. It's quite a number of conflicts. Oh, CEO.
Yes, one from me also. Thanks, Mayor. I declare a material conflict of interest in item 9.14, the appointment of the independent member to the CEO Employment Matters Committee, as that appointment and that committee have a direct relationship to my employment.
Thank you. I think that might be all for conflicts of interest. Thanks, everybody. Okay, we'll move on to item 7, confirmation of minutes. I propose that we move to confirm the minutes of the council meeting held on 27th of March 2024 and unscheduled meetings council held on 13th of March 2024 and 10th of April 2024. Do I have a mover? Councillor Arnott, do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter, is that to be opposed? If no opposition, the Mayor declares, I declare the carried. Thank you. Now we move on to officers' reports. I understand we have a request to change the order of business. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move a procedural motion, which is up on the screen, that the items listed at 9.8, 9.15, 9.16 on the agenda be considered immediately after the item listed as 9.1, and the item 9.17 be moved to after urgent business for consideration in a closed session of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Arnott. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? 7-0 carried. Thank you. Now we move on to item 9.1, the Beacon reinstatement. The purpose of this report is to provide Council with the opportunity to provide direction regarding the reinstatement of the historic Marengo Beacon following its decision to defer this part of item 9.1 from the Council meeting held on 27th of March 2024. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question of officers? Any questions? No questions? Thank you. Councillors, the officers have provided... Oh, Councillor Costin, have you got a question?
Sorry, Mayor, I'm jumping ahead. I'd like to move the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, you'd like to move that. Have I got a seconder? Councillor Arnott. Thank you. Councillor Costin, can you state which motion you are moving to ensure that we understand the motion?
It's the motion that's on the screen and in the council agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. The removal of the Maringo Pillar Beacon in or around 2019 was a significant loss to Apollo Bay's culture and heritage. It was one of 4 beacons constructed in 1858 following the shipwrecks of the Anne and the Grange on the Henty Reefs. This was the one remaining timber beacon of those 4, and it survived for 163 years and was credited with saving many lives. As well as being a coastal navigation beacon, it had also become a significant historical landmark for the local community. It provided a highly visible, prominent connection with the community's history and its culture and its identity. It was also a prominent and much photographed tourist attraction for those, particularly for those embarking on the first day of the Great Ocean Walk. It was readily accessible from the Maringo campground. It was also a useful reference point for the location of nearby natural features, dinosaur footprints, and other unique features along the shoreline rock platform. Unfortunately, the beacon wasn't listed in the Apollo Bay Heritage Plan, or Council's Heritage Plan, and was inadvertently removed by council workers in 2019 without approval or public notice or any consultation. Some of the timbers salvaged from the beacon remain stored in the council depot and could be reused for its reinstatement. For whatever reason, we made a mistake in pulling down this historic beacon without consultation, and we need to fix that mistake and give back to the community what we mistakenly took away. The depth of local feeling on this issue is high, and Council has gone on the record on many occasions assuring the community that it would reinstate the beacon, and we need to now follow through on those commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. I obviously wanted to second this motion to get it up for discussion. I think it's important to do so, and I thank Councillor Costin for moving it. I do understand the importance of heritage items for communities. I think that that's something that we need to take appropriate recognition of. What I think has been concerned to this council from time to time is the cost of its reinstatement, but I guess in the context of that, we are gladdened to see the inclusion of the Men's Shed and other community groups who are making a commitment to try to get an involvement there to reduce that cost down. So I think it's important for the Bay, of the community in the Bay, to have a priority of what they want money spent on, because this is a substantial cost. So I'd like to see that as much as possible put in by those people, if they can get a really good outcome, if we can reduce this cost below the 20K, which we hope is the top end of this budget, and that we get an appropriate outcome for the community, as Councillor Costin has said. And any savings on that, I would like to think that we can use for other projects down there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Any other councillor wish to speak? No other councillor wishes to speak. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? It's carried 7-0. Thank you. Move on to item 9.8, noting that we've changed the order of the items. 9.8 is property disposal via expression of interest 69 McLaughlin Street, Apollo Bay. The purpose of this report is to provide councillors with the submission received to the expression of interest process conducted to consider the future of ownership and use of the property of 69 McLaughlin Street, Apollo Bay. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do councillors have any questions of officers? No questions of officers? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Hart, can you please state your motion?
Well, Mayor, I've given notice of a different motion which just adds the main changes in 1B essentially.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter, is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. This continues on from the decision at the December meeting to seek expressions of interest. This building was largely funded by community efforts, and that's why Council decided essentially to give it back to the community. I do acknowledge, though, that overlooks the $348,000 that was invested in the early years hub and was meant to come from the sale proceeds of this building. I'll focus mainly on the changes that I've suggesting in 1B. I think in discussing this matter, we need to have regard for the fact that we represent the entire Shire, and we need to be trying to balance the different interests across the municipality in relation to such a significant asset. The changes that I'm suggesting compared to the recommendation in B are trying to ensure that if the building is disposed, sold or whatever it might be, transferred in some way in the first 4 years, that some significant part of that comes back to the council, so that if it is sold quickly, that happens. In a sense, what I've put forward is somewhat more accommodating in the first 2 years compared to what was in the agenda, because it suggested in the agenda that if it was sold in 2 years, the entire amount would come back. On the other hand, it ensures this, compared to the recommendation, would have money coming back to council in year 3 and 4. And then after the 1st of July 2028, if it's not sold, then that would be the end of it. The figures I've come up with are based on 80% of the rates valuation in the first year, then 70, then 60, then 50. But to try to keep the matter as clear as possible, I've put dollar figures in, and I've also put dates that cover, well, I'm not suggesting it'll be sold tomorrow, but it covers every day between now and 30th of June 2028 to try to make it more simple from an administrative point of view. I think this is these changes go some way to balancing the different interests in this particular matter.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Councillor Potter?
I'll reserve. Thanks, Mayor.
Any other council wish to speak?
I don't think you can reserve if no one opposes, can you?
Yeah, probably not. Oh.
Mayor, I think there's nothing that stops a councillor from reserving if there's no opposition. The issue of opposition determines whether or not you just accept the vote, which you haven't done, so then it's as per a normal debate. And if you give me about 30 seconds, I might find the provision, but there's nothing in the local law in the governance rules.
Thanks.
Once you decide to go to the debate, it's a normal debate.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. I think that's been confirmed. Councillor Potter, you're reserving?
Well, that was my position, so...
Okay, you're going to stick with it? Okay. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just touch on a bit of the history here because I think it's relevant to where we're going today. So the local community in 1953 formed a preschool committee that raised funds to purchase a block of land It wanted to build a preschool. It also wanted to build Shire of Otway's first infant welfare centre. But to obtain a grant to build both preschool and infant welfare centre, it was required to transfer the land to council, which it did for a nominal amount. And council at that time made it very clear that council was not going to be responsible for any maintenance or upkeep or any contribution to the building work. Some of the committee, some of the trustees at that time actually took out a loan to fund the community's contribution. So 70 years on, I have every confidence that the present day community, through the Apollo Bay Community Voice and Great Ocean Road Health, has the required vision, the capability and the motivation to take on ownership of this property and ensure it's used for community benefit in perpetuity. The Community Voice has put a lot of time and effort into their expression of interest. It proposes a charitable trust to hold the property for the social, cultural, educational and recreational benefit of the community. This proposal meets the requirements of Section 116 of the Local Government Act relating to gifting of property, and it also includes adequate safeguards to ensure the community is not disadvantaged if the property is subsequently sold, and these safeguards are further reinforced by the changes that Councillor Hart has made. And I expect there will be some discussion between officers and the Voice to make sure that the Voice is comfortable with these additional provisions. This is a good outcome for both council and the local community. It empowers the community to meet a broad range of pressing needs for a location to hold meetings and events, an art space and storage, educational activities and ancillary health services. And it comes at the relatively small cost of council self-funding the new infant welfare centre at the Early Years Hub. The expression of interest proposes to upgrade the existing building in the short term and to seek capital funding in the longer term to build a modern community flexi hub along the lines of plans it's already prepared. Thank you.
You, Councillor Costin. Another councillor wish to speak? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Councillor Costin. I just thought I'd put my two bob in. Thank you for this motion, Councillor Hart. It does go to the core of trying to put some protection in behind it. I think we need to make sure that the community has got some comfort that council will still have a input into the outcome of this if things come off the rails. But like Councillor Costin, I'm actually quite confident that the community of the Bay will be using this asset in an appropriate manner. These are just the normal things that you put in the background to try to, the what-ifs, but let's hope we never have to use them. Let's hope this contract, we never have to refer back to it, because this will be an appropriate thing that will go forward. And I'd have to say, wow, this has been a journey. When I come on the council, this thing was a big argument about it's going to be sold. That's it. Now there's been a lot of work put in by the community, and I congratulate them for that. They're relentless, I'll use the term, input to council to say, look, come on, we think that we can do something with this in the long term. Can you give us a chance to do that? In the end, we've agreed with them. In the end, I hope that that's the outcome that the community gets, and that they can move forward in a positive manner with this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor, you've heard an excellent summary from Councillor Costin about the history and how we got here, and Councillor Arnott reminds me that I was one of those councillors that held the view for some time that this property should be sold. However, on listening to the community, who were almost relentless in their push for different considerations, we now find ourselves in this position. I'd just like to thank the community for the work they've done to establish an entity that can take possession of this property, and I understand their intentions are wholly and solely for the betterment of the Apollo Bay community. I thank Councillor Hart for these inclusions, which do protect the pecuniary interest of the Shire and the general community in the long term, or over the next few years, should this property be sold, and I note that in the terms of the entity that's been established, that should the entity be wound up, that it is possible for the property to come back to the council as well. So look forward to the next step, and again thank the community for their work.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillor Hart, no? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 7-0. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to item 9.15 again because of the reordered schedule. Item 9.15 is the appointment of councillor representative to the Geelong City Deal Community Reference Groups for Apollo Bay Harbour and Kennet River. The purpose of this report is to appoint a councillor representative to the Geelong City Deal, Apollo Bay Harbour and Kennet River Project Community Reference Groups. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor Potter.
This is a new committee. I'm just wondering if an officer has an overview of what the role of a councillor representative will be on this committee.
Through the Chair, I'm happy to respond to that, Councillor Potter. So the Great Ocean Road Coast and Parks Authority is establishing a community reference group to invite community members to have feedback, and they've extended an invitation for a councillor to be on the community reference group as an observer, and they refer to that observer/non-member. So really there to see and hear the conversations as they happen.
Thank you, CEO. Any other questions? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to the matter? Councillor Costin, seconded. Councillor Hart. Councillor Costin, can you confirm that's the motion you're moving?
Yes, it is, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. You wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a great opportunity for Council to sit in on meetings between the community and the Great Ocean Road Coast and Parks Authority. And I'd just like to thank Councillor Potter for putting his hand up for both these reference groups. It's important we have some continuity between these groups. So I'm quite happy to see Councillor Potter on both reference groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Obviously, the City Deal projects are very important to this municipality. We've had discussions on it from time to time, and the Great Ocean Road Coast and Parks Authority have lead on those now. So I think it's appropriate that we have a councillor representative, and I wish Councillor Potter well in that role.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. I'd just like to congratulate Councillor Potter on putting his hand up for this. It actually shows his passion for this. He's spoken so passionately about that harbour project in the bay and looking to see it forward and put forward. It's be great to have him there as a witness to the process with that and with the city deals. He's been an intrinsic part of, with G21 and other organisations that we have influence over on winning us substantial sums to forward our projects. So well done.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, councillors, for the endorsement. I just want to point out that we all have a strong interest in these issues along the coast. Only one councillor can go, and I will report back. I don't really have a role other than as a listener, but I will do that faithfully.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 7-0. Thanks, councillors. Now we're moving on to item 9.16. Is the appointment of new members to the Apollo Bay Senior Citizens Community Asset Committee. The purpose of this report is to enable council to appoint new members to the Apollo Bay Senior Citizens Centre Community Asset Committee. Councillors, do I have any questions before I ask for a motion? Councillor Costin.
I'm just wondering how many members on the Community Asset Committee at present?
CEO?
Councillor Costin, we'll have to take that on notice. I don't have that information with us.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I think the
Councillor
answer
Costin?
is 3.
Oh, thank you.
Well, then I won't take it on notice if you know the answer.
Thank you for asking a question and answering it. Any other questions? Councillor Arnott.
What would be the duties of these members in the committee, please?
CEO.
So community asset committees are a delegated committee of council, and they generally undertake functions that assist council in maintaining an asset and making it available to the community. So that might be booking, etc. They're our eyes and ears in the facility, and they generally can assist in low-level maintenance stuff to make sure things are clean and tidy and ready for use. Council retains all the responsibilities of the asset from an overall compliance, safety, renewal point of view, but the support of communities are very important. Each member is provided a deed of an instrument of delegation, I can't remember the word, that outlines the parameters within which they can operate. So that would be as we would with a staff member, outlining their authority, be that financial, be that decision making.
Thank you, CEO. Any other questions? No other questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation for our consideration. Does a councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Costin, can you confirm the motion that you're moving?
Yes, it's the motion which is up on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Arnott. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. It's great to see these community members put their hand up for this Community Asset Committee. There are only 3 members at present, and I know the workload is quite high on those 3. And these 4 additional members to the committee are quite active within the community, and each will bring a different perspective to the functioning of the committee. Thank you.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. The purpose of asking the question I did earlier, as Anne Howard has outlined the answer for us, is to show you how important these committees are to our community and to the operation of these assets. I really thank them for putting their hands up, because without their assistance, we would not be able to function as well as we do. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I'll now put to a vote. All those in favour? Carried 7-0. Thank you. Now we move on to item 9.2, project budget adjustments and cash reserve transfers, April 2024. We will run, so now we'll be running the rest of the agenda in the order that it occurs. The purpose of this report is to provide the budget adjustments and cash reserve transfers for council ratification and approval. These budgets are for 2023-24 capital works and operational projects. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do we have any questions of officers? Councillor Finnegan.
Sorry, I think I may have jumped the gun here, Mayor, but I was just flagging I had an alternate motion when we're ready.
Okay, thank you. Anyone got any questions? Councillor Costin.
I was just wondering if we can get a little bit more information about our relationship with the Dawn Wade Foundation.
Through you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr McNeill.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Costin. The Dawn Wade Foundation has generously donated some money, some funds to make improvements to the Botanic Gardens. There's a particularly strong interest in the gardens and what they represent for Colac, and so the indication has been to date that that this contribution could be the first of a larger donation, and so initially we're working to upgrade or restore the fountain in the gardens with these funds, and should that project be successful and subject to the finalisation of the Colac Botanic Gardens master plan later this year, that there might be other projects emerge that we might be successful in attracting funding from that foundation.
Thank you, Mr McNeil. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. I just wondered if one of the officers would please explain for the community benefit the purpose of bringing this report to council and how it advantages the process of getting these projects forwarded. Thank you.
Happy to take that
Thank
one.
you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott, through the chair. So this has become a standing item in our council meeting agendas each month, and I hear that it's been well received and valued because of the transparency that it provides to our community about how funds may need to be adjusted at time or added to or saved from particular projects. So council, clearly councillors approve the projects at the time of adopting the budget, but there are things that happen throughout the financial year where some adjustments may be needed. And so we make sure that we come back to councillors and seek their direction, agreement, approval on those adjustments. Our commitment as officers is that no dollar will move on or off a project budget without that being approved by our councillors, and so this standing item enables us to do that. There may be times where money needs to be transferred to or from a reserve, a specific reserve, and so that we don't lose sight of that. Again, we do that through this table as well as the project adjustments. So fundamentally, it's about recognising and respecting the role of councillors and being transparent about where money is where an adjustment is made, that the community and councils can see that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No other questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report. Does any councillor wish to move a motion? Councillor Finnegan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have an alternative motion. I believe there's a copy of it available there. Is that correct? If we could just put that on the screen.
On the screen?
And I'll yep.
So you confirm that's the motion, Councillor Finnegan?
Yes, I confirm that is the motion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Finnegan?
Thank you very much, Mayor. You know, as has been pointed out by the CEO and other councillors previously, the project budget adjustments, cash reserve transfers table each month is a great thing. Provides transparency for our community when they're looking at, you know, the adjustments we make to our budgets and how we spend our money and where we make savings and where we've had to spend more and the like. So it's very good. The reason I've moved this alternative motion, it's essentially just agreeing to what the officer's recommendation was, with an added point, which was additional point 4, that council approves a transfer of $50,000 from the strategic project reserve to the Colac livestock reserve to be allocated by council following consideration of the service review of the sale yards currently underway. This would essentially ring fence funding for future, sort of ring fence this $50,000 along with money that is budgeted to be surpluses from the sale yards operations for this year and next year in the budget to go towards future works pending the outcome of the sale yards review. So I move this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Potter?
Thanks, Mayor. I think I say every month about how refreshing it is to see these tables and the transparency, so I won't say that. And I'm happy to support Councillor Finnegan's motion in relation to allocation, if necessary, subject to the review of more funding towards improving infrastructure at our Colac Livestock Centre.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillor Costin?
Mayor, just a point of order there. Shouldn't the motion actually spell out the officer recommendation for the sake of completeness in the minutes?
Sorry, could you state that again, please, Councillor Costin?
Shouldn't the motion actually state what the officer's recommendation is, so that it's
And add the point 4. So we should have the full...
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have the full recommendation with the added point.
Yes.
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 So could we put that up on and confirm, put that up on the screen?
Yeah.
Councillor Finnegan, can you confirm that's your motion?
Yes, that is, and it was something I was going to bring up, but I thank Councillor Costin for making the point of order. Essentially, this will just be a point 4 onto what was the previous officer's recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to support that revised motion of Councillor Finnegan's. I think we do have to support our sale yards in its business improvements, and 50,000 from this reserve would be a good start to do this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Just in overall support of the motion and the intent to put those reserves aside, that should they be needed for the sale yards, pending that review, and also to bring to people's attention, there's one particular project there, Queen and Wilson Street intersection upgrade in Colac. That's a significant intersection in Colac. There's a lot of traffic goes through that. I know I use that quite often myself. I live out that way. So this will improve that intersection for vehicles and for pedestrians. But it was fully funded by the federal government. Things have changed. We need to put another 80k into that to make it work. Otherwise, we send the money back to the government, and I don't think that would be a good outcome. So that's why that's there.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Finnegan, right of reply.
I didn't hear anyone oppose.
No, but you can still have it, right?
No.
Nothing further to add?
Other than, I appreciate what other councillors have had to say on the matter, and I'll commend this one to the vote.
Thank you. Councillors, I will now call for a vote. All those in favour? Carried 7-0. We now move on to item 9.3, preparation of the 24-25 draft budget, endorsement of fees and charges for local laws and community services. The purpose of this report is to seek Council's approval of the fees and charges for the local laws and local law number 1 and community services older persons ability support service, which form part of the proposed fees and charges 24-25 in order to manage a councillor conflict of interest.
Just through you, Mayor,
Yes.
before we move to Councillor Finnegan, can I just let the gallery know and the audience, etc., just know that item 9.3, this item and the following item, officers have presented a revised recommendation for both, and in both cases we are simply adding the words "for the purpose of exhibition" to our recommendation, just so that it is very, very clear to community that we're seeking endorsement for that purpose, not adoption of final fees. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Councillor Finnegan, you've got the conflict.
As mentioned earlier, I've just got a conflict in relation to this item. On a couple of fronts, my sister works within the council's OPAS service, and in addition to that, I own a business in town that would be affected by fees and charges, any movement in those in relation to local law number 1, particularly in relation to street furniture and the like, and business signage and permits. So, I'll vamoose myself for a bit, and I shall await a text message from someone else when I can come back online.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. We'll wait till you disappear. Thank you. So, councillors, before
Can I just
CEO?
check? Do we did discuss this earlier, Councillor Hanson, and it's difficult to get them back into the room. Governance advice was that it's okay if they step out and they can't be seen or heard by councillors. Therefore, they can't be perceived to be influencing your decision making.
Thank you, CEO. Have I got any questions before I call for a motion? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Arnott. Move the officer's recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hanson. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Obviously this is going out to community for consultation and for the recommendation. We've tried our best to keep these fees into alignment as much as possible, at or below inflation, and wherever we can, and taking in mind the cost of living for everyone that need to, as what they're facing right now. And to reassure them that whilst the decision might seem quick here, there's been a lot of work to get to this point, put in by everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Hanson?
I just encourage the community to have a look at the draft budget, these draft fees and charges, and to make a submission either to the submissions committee or in writing.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Does any other councillor wish to speak? No other councillor wishes to speak. Councillors, I will now call for a vote. All those in favour? Carried 6-0. Thank you, councillors. Now ask Councillor Finnegan back into the meeting. Councillor Finnegan, are you with us? Hasn't responded. On their way, thank you. Everyone can just relax. Councillor Finnegan, welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move on to item 9.4, preparation of the 24-25 draft budget, endorsement of fees and charges for Blue Water Leisure Centre. The purpose of this report is to seek council approval of the fees and charges for Blue Water Leisure Centre, which form part of the proposed fees and charges for 24-25 in order to manage a councillor conflict of interest. Councillor Potter?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, I've got a general conflict of interest in this matter in the fact that I am a member of, paid-up member of Blue Water Leisure Centre.
Councillor Potter. Councillor Hanson?
Yeah, I also have a general conflict because I'm also a member.
Thank you. Any other conflicts? Thank you.
Other conflicts?
Apologies, Mayor. I also have a conflict with this item, also being a member of Blue Water Leisure Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Tenney. Thank you. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question of officers? No questions? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Arnott. Is it to be seconded? Councillor Costin, thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. My goodness, we were going to have a draft budget endorsement of fees, not seconded for a moment. But anyway, great to have you on board, Councillor Costin. This is, as has been indicated, been pulled out of the main fees and charges and budget because of a conflict of interest by a couple of councillors. It's a bit of one of those weird things that you'd think that they're, for the sake of a membership fee, that they should have some input into this, but this is the way it works. Anyway, my understanding is that these fees and charges have been set for Blue Water again to keep them as the minimum possible increase as we can, recognising the significant contribution that council must continue to make to the facility to keep it running, as we do to other water facilities around this community, to make sure that the community has access to good facilities, that people can learn to swim, children are kept safe, and all of those things that go with that, and that we develop or encourage a regime of fitness, of preventative circumstances of illness for our community. So it's in that sort of vein, and I think that these fees have been structured to make it even more encouraging for families' involvement, which would be a good outcome. So I commend them to the community for consideration, and if you have any feedback to make, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to second Councillor Arnott's words, Council provides this service for the health and welfare of our community, and we do need to balance the amount of subsidy we provide for Blue Water Leisure Centre to make sure it's not an undue burden on those who don't use the service. So we need to keep the fees as low as possible to encourage use. But the other way we can approach this is to try and reduce the operating costs. And we are looking at doing that through our Blue Water electrification project, which will reduce our operating costs by over $100,000 each year, which in turn keeps the fees down. Thank you.
You, Councillor Costin. Any other councillor wish to speak? No other councillor wishes to speak. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? 5-0. Thank you, councillors. Can we invite our councillors back into the room? Before the budget, 5 minute. Can we call a 5-minute break, please? Councillor Finnegan, you with us?
Indeed, I am.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now progress with our meeting, and we're moving on to 9.5, preparation of the 24-25 draft budget endorsed for exhibition. The purpose of this report is to present the draft budget 24-25 and draft 24-25 fees and charges to Council for endorsement prior to public exhibition. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor Costin and Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering what the Reserve Bank forecast consumer price index is for the 12 months up to the end of this coming June.
I'm happy to assist with that one, Councillor Costin. The RBA forecast published on the 7th of November 2023 is 3.9% for the period ending June 2024.
3.9%, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have a
Follow-up question?
Our waste management fees are going up by the substantial amount. Can we have a short explanation of why that is?
Mr McNeil.
Through you, Mayor, Council's been experiencing significant increases in its waste costs over the last couple of years, and that's for a variety of reasons, primarily fuel price increases resulting in higher cost of transport, but also gate fees for disposal of waste. The proposal this year, similar to the approach last year, has been to increase the waste charge to try and minimise the overall impact of those increased costs of the waste curbside service to Council in terms of increasing the waste charge so that Council has capacity to fund other services with its rates revenue.
Thank you, Mr McNeil. Councillor Hanson, you had a question?
Yep. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in the draft budget we've got a commitment to G21 of $47,000 a year in the budget. I'm wondering why that is, considering the officer recommendation in item 9.13 is for that contribution to be $28,000 a year.
Yeah, thanks,
CEO.
Councillor Hanson. I'm happy to respond to that one. The draft budget has been developed through a series of workshops since very late January, early February, and we didn't know where Council might be going with its relationship to G21, so at the moment there's a placeholder effectively of $47,000, which is reflecting current contribution. The report that is separate to the budget is very clear that while the recommendation is $28,000, we understand Council will make a decision around whether it has a relationship and what its financial contribution will be. We didn't want to preempt anything, so we've just left current capacity into the draft budget, and whatever Council decides in relation to G21, the final document will be updated to reflect its final decision. So it's a placeholder effect so that we didn't take away current capacity or what has been the commitment over many years, but we're recommending the G21 report recommendation was framed much later than the draft budget was developed.
So does that mean if the draft budget's endorsed in this item and then later on it changes, then the draft budget's going to change?
So the draft budget, we're seeking endorsement for the purpose of public exhibition, and what we have done for the last number of years is any decision then is made after that endorsement, we keep a log, we bring that to the submission meeting where Council considers all submissions. We present that as an organisation submission. We've done that last year with decisions that were made after the draft budget was endorsed. So we capture all of those and any other things that happen during the exhibition period, like there might be an update to some of our external grant funding or something. We capture all of that, present that, and all of those changes are incorporated into the final budget before we ask Council to adopt a final budget. But today we're only seeking a budget to be endorsed for the purpose of exhibition.
Thank you. Follow-up question?
I've just got another question. Can you please tell me how much we've got in the draft budget for to spend on carbon offsets?
So Council 2 years ago resolved to make an ongoing commitment into its recurrent budget, and so it's actually a good question because it's difficult to see some of those specific allocations. The allocation for purchasing offsets in the draft 24-25 budget is an amount of $41,000.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hart and Councillor Costin and Councillor Arnott.
Thanks, Mayor. I've got a few questions, but I'm happy to take turns. And I don't think this particular question will be any great shock to the CEO. If the draft budget is approved, could the council just decide to use the $500,000 loan, which was meant to be for the Blue Water electrification project, for another purpose? If council does not receive the grant towards the electrification of Blue Water, what would happen to the $500,000 loan if this draft budget was approved?
Thanks, Councillor Hart, through the chair. And no, I'm not surprised, and I'm happy to reassure you again that we're very clear about the direction that council set at the 10th of April unscheduled meeting, and that specifically gives us guidance around the proposed loan, which has now been incorporated into the draft budget. The very clear instructions from council in relation to that loan is that it will only be able to be drawn for the specific purpose of supporting the Blue Water electrification project in the event that we are successful in securing the federal government grant that we've been authorised to apply for. If we are unsuccessful, then we will not be able to draw the loan. If we are successful, we still can't draw the loan for any other purpose than to support that project. It will, at this stage, whilst we've incorporated that into the draft budget, knowing that there are a few ifs, we're very excited that we can still see that commitment in there. We've planned for it to be drawn no later than the very, very end of June 2024, again, for a specific purpose if the grant is successful. And that means that if it is drawn in this financial year, 24-25, we'll be minimising any interest. Has that answered all the parts? Oh, and
thank you.
And then even if it is incorporated into the final budget, adopted final budget, again, those conditions would apply. So just being in the draft budget does not lead to the loan being drawn. Also, the drawing of the loan itself is a contract that would exceed the CEO's current delegation, so that would still come to the chamber for formal approval.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up question, or we'll go around?
It's a different thing to do with the budget. I think I'm happy for other councillors to have a bit of a turn.
Thank you. Councillor Costin, then Councillor Arnott.
Thanks, Mayor. I've also got two questions. I'll just ask one and then we can go around. The Colac Regional Sale Yards Advisory Committee has proposed a couple of projects, the Weybridge scanner replacement, the forcing yards renewal, and a multi-deck loading race. And we've just reallocated $50,000 towards these projects, but that won't be enough to complete all these projects. Do we have any means to fund these projects proposed in the budget?
Mr. Sheeran.
Through you, Mayor. So these projects aren't in the draft budget. What I can say is that the operational surplus, so just the pure operational surplus from this financial year, which we expect to be around about $139,000, will be transferred to the Colac Livestock Selling Centre Reserve at the end of the financial year. And the draft budget indicates a estimated balance of that reserve at the end of next financial year of $276,000 in the reserve, plus the council decision to reallocate $50,000 to that reserve as well. And also to just to remind councillors that we were successful in getting a grant from Agricultural Victoria for the Weybridge scanner replacement. So that's good news.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheeran. Councillor Arnott, and then Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Mayor White. I just note in the financial performance and sustainability, there's a net deficit of about 4.37 million. Can we have a bit of commentary? What's the main driver of that position at this stage?
Microphone.
Through the chair, Councillor Arnott, the main driver of the deficit is that our revenue is not as much as our overall estimated expenses, and therefore we have an estimated non-cash deficit. But it's not one specific matter; it's the total operation.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Mayor. I note I did have a couple of questions, but Councillor Costin, I should say, has asked pretty much what my first one was going to be. So I'll move to my second one. My question is regarding what is in both dollar terms and percentage terms, how much are we budgeting under the draft budget? How much are we budgeting to spend on staffing?
Mr. Tenney.
Through you, Mayor. Total staff expenditure for the upcoming budget is around just under 26 million. Apologies, Mayor. It's actually 25 million.
Sorry, could you clarify that?
Apologies, Mayor. The total employee costs that we're budgeting for is just under 25 million.
Thank you.
And just are we able to do a quick back of the envelope calculation as to a percentage on that? Sorry, I just don't have a calculator on me.
A percentage of the total budget you're asking? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tenney?
As a percentage of our total expenses, our staff expenditure is around 40%.
Thank you, Mr. Tenney. Thank you. Councillor Hanson.
Just on employee costs, I just wonder if you can clarify for me that in one part of the budget it says that full-time equivalents have increased by 5.5. I think it's on page, it's hard to navigate with this new device. Somewhere in the comments, employee costs have increased and FTE has increased by 5.5, and then it says there's further information at 4.1.7, I think. And then when you go to 4.1.7, it says that there has been a reduction in overall FTE. I didn't really give a lot more explanation, but it said there's been a reduction. That bit's on page 51. I just wonder, is it an increase or is it a decrease?
So I'm happy to respond. The standard statements in section 3 of the draft budget includes a statement of human resources. That's 3.6, and that is on page 30 of the draft budget. That indicates a reduction of 246.3 FTE in this current financial year to 241.6. So it's a reduction of total FTE of about 5. So I am thinking perhaps there is an incorrect reference where we say increase elsewhere. And I'm not sure what page that's on, Councillor Hanson. I'm looking for it. But 241.6 is the FTE that the budget is based on, and that is a reduction on current numbers. And primarily that's because we aren't including the approximately 6 FTE that are in the Port of Apollo Bay team. That's the main shift. There's some small ups and downs, but that's the main shift. Everything else is pretty much...
Well, I don't know what page it's on, but it says employee costs have increased by a net change of... I can barely read that. And then the dot points underneath say increase in FTE by 5.5 from 246.3 to 251.8. And then when the bit where it says it's explained in detail, it doesn't really give you explain much.
Okay, thanks, I've found that. Yes, I have found that. So the draft budget is, as the attachment is correct, there is a decrease. The reference you're referring to is actually in the officer's report, which is covering the attachments that may have been prepared at an earlier time. It does say under expenditure that employee costs have increased, which the costs have. The FTE, it does say, has increased by 5.5. That appears to be an error in the officer's report itself, not in the attachments that we're seeking for endorsement. So I apologise for that confusion. That is unhelpful, I know, but the document as attached is definitely based on a decrease.
So just to be clear then, taking out, are you saying the Port of Apollo Bay people have been taken out from previous years?
In the attachment, which is the draft budget we're seeking to have endorsed, there is no inclusion of the Port of Apollo Bay team from the 1st of July 2024 because we anticipate that no longer being council's operations.
But they used to be in there?
They are in the current year in the forecast. Yep. They have been there for a long time.
Yep, so
and they are taken out as of the 1st of July.
So taking them out, has there been an increase in FTE?
No. Taking that into account, it's less than half an FTE with some movements up and down in different places. Right. But a net change of less than half a role.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Costin, then Councillor Hart.
Thank you. This question's in relation to footpaths, new footpaths, not renewal, but new footpaths. How much are we allowed for new footpaths in the budget? And what's the approximate length we would get for that amount? How much are we, and is this an annual commitment? How much are we proposing in future years? And also, I'm asking what is the estimated cost to update our 2016 footpath strategy? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. In the draft budget, there's $80,000 set aside for construction of new footpaths. That's in addition to other allocation for renewal of our existing footpaths. But the allocation for new footpaths is $80,000. It's the cost of providing footpaths is quite. The cost of a footpath in one location will be very different to another location. It depends on the level of topography, the type of other infrastructure required to support the footpaths. In some locations, you need footbridges and other things. So very hard to broadly state how many metres of footpath you'd get for that $80,000. What we estimate is that if you're constructing footpath on a flat surface in an area where there aren't those complications, you might achieve approximately 200 to 240 metres of length if it was built in Apollo Bay. If you're constructing those footpaths in Colac, you might expect to achieve perhaps 260 to 300 metres. That's very broad, and obviously the exact nature of what's achieved will be subject to the projects that are selected for that program next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. The other two parts of the question was, do we have an annual allocation going forward to new footpaths, and what would it cost to update our 2016 footpath strategy?
So this is the first year that Council's made a specific allocation of this nature, although there's been expenditure in previous years for specific projects. It's to Council's discretion in future years when setting budgets that you would continue to allocate $80,000 or whether you determine to allocate a lesser or bigger amount than that. You've indicated or asked the question about what it would cost to review the footpath strategy. The cost of that would depend on the scope of the strategy, and it really depends on whether you're just looking at a review of the current plan that we have for Colac and Apollo Bay, or whether it's expanded to cover all the townships that we have and looking at footpaths in those. Would also be about whether you're reviewing the strategic basis for the strategy. The plan that we've got is over 10 years old, and it had a proposal for footpaths in specific locations, but are those still what we consider to be the strategic links or otherwise, whether you do community engagement. So there's a lot of factors as to what it might cost to do a new strategy. It might cost something in the order of $50,000 to do a full and comprehensive strategy. If you were to just review what we have today without there being a real in-depth look at the strategic basis for it and significant community engagement, it might be something around the $25,000 mark.
Thank you, Mr McNeil. Councillor Potter, you had a question?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. It relates to the footpath strategy. I think you said, Mr McNeil, that our existing footpath strategy takes in Colac and Apollo Bay. A community like Birregurra, for example, who do put needs for footpaths on the table, how are their needs considered if we only have a strategy for the two major centres? Where do footpaths in Birregurra fit into the scheme of things?
There are opportunities for other townships to have some footpath priorities identified, and an example would be that Council is currently undertaking a Birregurra structure plan review, and structure plans consider land use change. They also consider other aspects, in terms of key infrastructure for towns to support growth of those towns. So the Birregurra community would have an opportunity through the current planning process to identify some priorities around that. And Apollo Bay, likewise, if the budget's adopted with funding for the Apollo Bay structure plan review, there'd be an opportunity for conversations with the community about strategic footpath links in that process.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Ms McNeil. CEO, I think you wanted to make a further comment.
Yeah, I've just checked some documents we've provided in workshops and realised that I was incorrect when I responded to Councillor Hanson's question on FTE. So I'm just going to give some detail because we really appreciate everybody likes to understand the employee costs and make sure that we only have the people that we need for what we need to do. So the starting position is the forecast or the current arrangement, 246.31 FTE. Okay, there's an increase of 0.28 to support our youth team, which is something that Council has already resolved to do. So we've incorporated that decision. So that's an increase of 0.28. We have an increase of 0.4 in FTE where we have an employee who has moved from a casual arrangement to a permanent part-time arrangement, and that very much is making sure we comply with the recent federal government requirements and the Fair Work requirements. So whilst we don't no council includes casual employees in their FTE. So there's an increase in the FTE, but in terms of cost to council, there's an offset in our casual costs and an increase in our underlying FTE cost. So it's more of a shift. We also have a good news story, I think, where we've had a trainee working with us for a number of years. Trainees are not employed in our FTE or as employees. We pay for them through what we refer to as our agency staff costs. So we are losing one role from our agency staff costs, and that trainee, having been successful in their traineeship, becoming a really valued member of our team, is moving to the FTE and having ongoing employment, and we prefer staff to contractors where possible for those types of things. We have been rigorously looking for efficiencies, perhaps not as much as everyone might hope, but we have done as much as we can at this stage in looking, and we have found 0.24 FTE reductions through those efficiency savings, and all of that actually leads to 1.44 increase in underlying FTE. As I said, with 1.4 of that moving from trainee and casual arrangements to staff. And that's why I was reflecting that it's very much like for like, but I recognise not the way it's reported. And then the Port of Apollo Bay team is a reduction of 6.14.
Thank
I hope
you.
that's clearer.
Thank you. Follow-up question.
Just on that then, with the trainee, have you got another trainee?
No, we had the same number of people in the team, just one's moved from that traineeship to being a permanent member of our team.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. On page 73 of the agenda, in the cash flow statement, it says Council will generate a net 10.3 million from its operations, so that's a positive figure. Yet Council's reporting a budget deficit. Could Council explain how it can be a deficit budget when it generates 10.3 million in cash, and what the relevance of depreciation might be in helping to explain that difference? And will there be a material reduction in cash at 30th of June 2025 due to the deficit?
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, The cash flow statement only shows our cash position and doesn't take into effect any non-cash payments, which includes depreciation in this instance. There is no reason that council cannot fulfil all their obligations. Our cash position is quite sufficient.
Thank you. Councillor Hanson.
Yep, in the budget there's an allocation, I think, of might be just over $600,000 for a councillor election and councillor induction. Can we have a break? That is an extremely large amount of money. Can we have a breakdown of why it is so large?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hanson. I'm happy to provide some information around that. There are three components to that. One is the election costs themselves, and the cost of the 2024 general election for Colac Otway Shire is estimated to be in the order of $300,000. About 90% of that will actually be through direct costs to the VEC that councils must pay for. So $300,000 is the allowance for the election itself. We have then an allowance of $60,000 for establishing the new group of councillors at the start of the term. That might be some of the existing councillors or new councillors, but at the new term we need to do a range of mandatory induction, which can include lawyers coming to visit, delivering induction around various parts of legislation, roles that they need to fulfil, development of some specific things that the new council will have to consider, like updating codes of conduct, etc. There will be training. We know that as much as possible, we would like to support the councillors to get training at the start of the term so they get full maximum benefit of that through the term, so $60,000. I think perhaps we'll find that that might be more than we need, but based on previous elections and the program that's been developed, we think $60,000 is a conservative but likely number. And then $250,000 has been estimated for the overarching integrated strategic planning work that councils need to do at the start of every term. So that will include the development, a reflection on the community vision, the development of a new council plan, the development of a new financial plan, the development of a new asset plan, including not only the time of councillors, it may include some workshops, it might include some visits, etc., but also including community engagement and the project management time to do that. So we've also included in there an allowance for an amount of general engagement for some other work, such as the road management plan, etc. Just incorporated some allowance for engagement. The other projects will be delivered then after that independently from that budget. So yeah, the three elements are $300,000, $60,000 and $250,000. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? One more, Councillor Hanson.
This is the budget, and I guess it's one of the most important things that we do, so we should ask as many questions as we need to. Does the $250,000 include, is that budgeting for a community panel?
We haven't got any predetermined idea about what exactly the form of engagement will be, so what we've done is allow for the community engagement facilitation, and that might be a series of workshops, it might be a series of focus groups. If council decides to do a panel, that will be up to council. What we know is that regardless of the approach, that's about what it's going to cost for the engagement, but we're going to ask council to actually determine what the model looks like.
Any other questions? Councillor Hanson.
You've made a comment, I think, in your statement that this budget doesn't address the trend of ongoing deficits experienced by so many regional councils, including Colac Otway. Why not? And if not now, when?
So, thanks, Councillor Hanson. It doesn't address it in a permanent or sustainable way because I think that's not a straightforward decision. That is a conversation that needs to happen between councillors and community and officers over time, and in particular some significant reflection on our services and our assets as well as the way we deliver those. But in particular the services and assets, and that's not something that can be adjusted in one budget. The federal government and the state government are both actively looking at inquiries into the financial sustainability of local government, because our financial situation is not uncommon. It's ours to address, but it is not uncommon, shared by many councils, and that's what that comment reflects. But this is not something that can be fixed in the development of one individual budget, because it materially comes down to what services and assets is council going to provide to the community into the future, and then we, of course, must find the way to do that most cost effectively.
So, well, I guess then a follow-up question is, so then when you're saying over coming years, kick the can down the road, like when does that work start?
I would be looking forward to council wanting to have that conversation. It's challenging at this time of a term, but I expect that it'll be certainly front of mind for the next council, and I think this council will provide some good insight as well, and maybe provide some guidance as you work through the next 6 months.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Costin?
Thank you, Mayor. In the draft budget, apart from the Blue Water project and what we're proposing for carbon offsets, what amount is allocated for emissions reduction projects, and have we identified any projects to be implemented in the 2024-25 year?
Mr McNeil?
Through you, Mayor. Obviously, the Blue Water electrification grant application, if that's successful, would be a very significant initiative aimed at reducing council's carbon footprint. There aren't any other specific initiatives funded or proposed to be funded through the budget for 24-25 aimed at directly cutting carbon emissions, but there is an amount of approximately $40,000 in the environment team's budget, and that's to be used to implement the environment sustainability strategy, and it's aimed at providing some capacity there to leverage funding and opportunities elsewhere during the course of the year that do aim to reduce carbon emissions, and the nature of that work is something that's identified during the course of the year.
Follow-up.
In relation to the 40,000 for the environment team, does that 40,000 include projects like weed control and other things, which aren't carbon reduction measures?
Through you, Mayor, there are other allocations within the budget for council to undertake weed spraying and removal. Note that the money I was referring to is very specifically about implementing the environmental sustainability strategy, which has a very heavy emphasis on climate change adaptation and mitigation. But just as an example, the funds that have been allocated in this year's budget, the current year budget, have been used to work through the Electric Homes project, which is a government initiative aiming to work with the community and government organisations to reduce carbon emissions. And so we've been successful in purchasing upgrades to many of our council facilities. That's going to result in some of our gas appliances being replaced with electric appliances, and that'll result in a reduction in our carbon emissions. So that's how the funds are being used in this financial year, and that's we'll be looking forward to opportunities that arise in the next financial year in the same way.
Thank you, Mr McNeil. Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. I note that in our capital works expenditure, most of the expenditure is on asset renewal, keeping in mind that a couple of years ago we identified a significant gap in that area. How are we tracking with our renewal gap, and given the tightness of the current fiscal situation, are we making any inroads yet, or we're heading in the right direction?
Thanks, Councillor Potter. I'm happy to respond. We've tried to provide some information for the community in relation to asset renewal in the executive summary. And so we have a graph in there that indicates what council's own allocation towards asset renewal funding was in the current year and what's planned in this draft budget and potentially the next few years. It does show that we have greater capacity in the 24-25 council to increase the allocation to asset renewal funding. We have also included in there the target of what we would like to try and commit in each year, and that is based on Council's adopted asset renewal funding strategy in the asset plan. It uses depreciation effectively as an indicator of asset renewal expectation, but recognises that there are other things. So the target is based on 110% of depreciation. And whilst we're short of that, there is an increase between the current budget and the draft next year in the order of, looking at the graph, I haven't got the number, but about $2 million. So that's a big improvement. And it looks like we can sustain something like that. But to close the gap is still going to be a matter for focus.
Thank you. Any further questions? No further questions? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter?
Mayor, I'll move the recommendation.
So you move the officer's recommendation, Councillor Hart. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Arnott. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hanson. Councillor Hart?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor.
Excuse me, Mayor, I think Councillor Finnegan also opposed.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Finnegan. Thank you, Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Formulating a draft budget for public exhibition is, I think it's been mentioned already, is one of the many responsibilities of councillors. If this draft is endorsed for exhibition, then the public will have an opportunity to comment and council will make a final decision to approve a budget, to not approve a budget, or to approve a changed budget at the June council meeting in time for the commencement of the 24-25 financial year. This process that we're at today follows many briefings going back to late last year where councillors have had the opportunity to have discussions about the various budget issues. On rates, the components subject to rates capping in this draft budget are increasing by the cap of 2.75%. That's the general rate and the municipal charge. There's also a fire services levy on people's rates notices, which collected by council but goes to the state government, and that's not subject to the rate cap, that's subject to state government arrangements. Interestingly, that was going to lower insurance premiums by taking it off insurance premiums, but I think everybody knows that hasn't happened. And in addition to this, there's the waste charge, and I'm going to come to that shortly. It's important to note that properties are revalued each year in the municipality and all municipalities in Victoria. This is a legal requirement. As a result of revaluations, the rate increases will differ depending on what a person's property valuation how that has changed. The average property increase this year was around the 5% mark, so if your property value's gone up more than 5%, then the rate will tend to be higher than the 2.75% rate cap. On the other hand, if the property hasn't gone up as much as that, the rate bill will be tend to be less than the 2.75% rate cap, and in some cases may even be a rate reduction. In terms of the curbside waste collection charge, that has gone up by almost 15% as it does not fully recover the costs of providing that service. It's got to the stage where the cost of dropping off recycling that is collected is pretty close to the cost of burying the recycling in a landfill, despite the hefty landfill levy that's paid to the state government. Now, I'm not suggesting that we do that, but the fact is that the recycling system in this state is, in my view, broken. It's not working properly. And I support recycling. I still support recycling, and this budget supports recycling, but there is something wrong when it costs almost as much to deliver the recycling to the processing as it would if we just buried it in the ground. There's something wrong there, and that's not a council issue. However, our ratepayers unfortunately have to bear the cost. The issue of cash flow, we're having positive cash flow of about $10 million. However, due to depreciation, we have a deficit. I think, to put this in a more straightforward term, it's an accounting way of saying that we're not maintaining the council's assets as and when we should. And the rates are a blunt instrument that has virtually no consideration of capacity to pay. I support the rate cap, but the revenue options for councils are very limited. Some key projects are on page 37 on the agenda. I draw attention that the income statement has very little in the way of grants for capital. That's a conservative way to budget. It's appropriate, but every year I've seen this happen. During the year, or possibly even after the federal budget in a few weeks, you often find that there are capital grants that haven't been included in the budget because they're not locked in at this stage. I'd encourage the community to have a look at the draft budget, and I really encourage councillors to support this and to support the process in the next few weeks. And we're not going to sort everything out in the process of exhibition for a draft budget, and I encourage councillors to continue to be in the conversation of what needs to be done to make things more sustainable, but go back to the fact of the limitations of the rate system and the problems in the recycling processes, which are imposing significant costs through the curbside waste charge.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor. While I have reserve right to reply, please.
Any other councillors wish to speak? Those who opposed? Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I'll also, like Councillor Hart, encourage the community to have a look at this draft budget if this motion is successful. The reason I won't be supporting it, though, is that there's just a number of things in this draft budget that I just strongly don't agree with, and they have been raised before, so they're not new to councillors here tonight. I don't support funding G21 for $47,000 later on in the agenda. We've got a recommendation for $28,000. Why it would be in the draft budget that we're going to continue to fund G21 at the amount that we have for the previous years, when it has been well publicised and is well known that the funding for G21 has always been based on a population basis. Geelong have significantly changed their, have significantly decreased their contribution, and then if you recalibrate that based on a per capita basis, we should only be paying around $28,000, which is the officer recommendation later in the agenda, which is even bizarre itself that it's even in the agenda. I do not support any payment for carbon offsets. I think our community has made it well and truly clear that I think one of the worst decisions that we made in this council was buying carbon offsets, and we created all sorts of letters to the editor and feedback around that. People who, from completely opposite sides of the debate, we were in agreement with each other around not purchasing carbon offsets. I think the councillor induction of over $600,000 is just an enormous amount of money. I don't support the $250,000 going towards the strategic planning, the council plan, workshops. That's just an enormous amount of money when you only have $80,000 in our budget for footpaths, for new footpaths. I mean, that's new depths of pathetic, really. But probably if it wasn't for councillors, it was sitting at zero, nothing for new footpaths. Now we've got about $80,000, and we might, if we're lucky, get 100 metres, who knows, depending on where it is. If you're up, a slight incline, you might get 50 metres, 150 metres. To only have $80,000 in a budget the size of Colac Otway for new footpaths is poor at best. And I don't support the increasing the FTE, no matter how slight it is. Councillors previously have tried to curb the increase in FTEs, but it just continues to climb. And we do need to be mindful of the cost of living pressures of our community, and that's really the reason rate capping was introduced, to force councils to have a look at their operations and to try and find efficiencies. And I think a lot of council have done since is just complain and whinge about the rate cap. I'm fully in support of the rate cap. There are councils that, particularly one comes to mind for the last few years, has had no rate increase at all and has just focused on finding efficiencies and savings. And that's really where this council should be looking at. That's Ararat. All councillors in this council should be looking at that. The rate cap, is 2.75%. There will be a lot of people in our community getting a rate increase significantly higher than 2.75%, and we continue to not
Councillor
address the significant increases, particularly to the farming rate. So, I won't be supporting this budget.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, good. Thank you very much, and I thank Councillor Hanson for putting forth her views as well. The reality is, there's some good in this draft budget, including funds for seating by the lake, ring fencing sale yard surfaces to be spent on projects within the sale yards pending our service review, money for bollards around the no standing zone out the front of Colac Otway Primary School, which has been a safety issue which has been brought up to me, and I'm glad to see that included. But the reality is I can't support this draft budget, and I do this with trepidation, but as a councillor, if I'm not comfortable with our proposed budget, it's my duty to explain why. As we've heard earlier, staff expenditure in this budget is going to be in the realm of $25 million, or around 40% of our total budget. We're going to see a deficit of $4.37 million. We're going to see some spending on footpaths, but not a lot, and we're not going to get a lot for it. We're going to see money being wasted on carbon credits, which the community has been pretty firm in stating that they do not want. We're looking at what we're proposing to spend on G21, being at the pre-existing levels as opposed to what the new model will be. To be honest, I think G21 has served its purpose, but that's beyond me. We're proposing to hit our community with an average rate bill of over $2,000 at a time when the state government is about to extract a pound of flesh under their reforms and vis-a-vis land tax and the like. We're seeing things which, and this is one of my hobby horses, but we're seeing, free council lunches stay in the budget, something that benefits only councillors. And the reality is we're already well remunerated for our roles. Us getting a free lunch every week, to me, doesn't make any sense. And I myself have cancelled that perk for myself ongoing, and I know one other councillor has. I encourage our community to make submissions and have their say about this budget. I want our community to, have their say, how they want to see their rate money spent, if they want to see cuts through our organisation, if they think we are doing a good enough job with their money. And that's why I won't be supporting this draft budget, but I do note that I believe the numbers will be there. So this is a moot point, but I need to stand my ground.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll be supporting the exhibition of this draft budget, which is what we're voting on, so that the community can have a look at it and can feedback their views about the budget to us. The budget is very tight. Small business, large business, households, they're facing the same issues that we are. Nevertheless, we have to provide our services and where we can try and make some improvements. I was going to talk about the waste charge. Councillor Hart's done that, Mayor, but I just want to reiterate the point that there's something wrong with the system where it's cheaper for council to bury waste than to recycle it or repurpose it. And that really needs to change so that the cost to the ratepayers is reduced. I'm sure I was told a few years ago that our waste charges was full cost recovery. That is not the case, hence a large percentage increase in the charges, but the charge is only about $1 a week, I think, off the top of my head. So we are working towards full cost recovery for our waste collection services so that other ratepayers aren't subsidising that service and free up some money for other projects. Councillor Finnegan's pointed out some good initiatives that are in the budget, so I won't go over those. The couple more I do like to mention is the installation of street art, or encouragement to get some street art in the town. Our halls and small facilities will get some love, and that's a good thing as well. But please, community, have a look at it, give us the feedback, and no doubt we will discuss this between now and the end of June.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to support the exhibition of this draft budget, and I'd like to thank the officers involved for the preparation of the document and the fees and charges schedule. It's a mammoth task for such a diverse and highly regulated business like local government, and the process was well managed by staff, better this year than any other year, and officers managed to respond appropriately to the countless numbers of questions that were raised about the early drafts. At the higher level, this seems a reasonably responsible budget. Our rate revenue is capped by the Reserve Bank, so that limits, by the state government, so that limits what we can do. It's capped at 2.75%, even though the consumer price index forecast for last year was almost 4%. So our costs are going up at 4%, but we can only increase our revenue at 2.75%. We have made responsible allocations to maintain existing assets, like our roads and drainage and parks, and for the third year in a row, we've made a cost reduction in our recurrent operations. We haven't gone overboard on funding new assets. The cost of waste services continues to rise alarmingly and more quickly than CPI. We've been forced to pass on the 14.5% increase in curbside collection costs. If we don't do that, it only shifts the burden to all ratepayers, including those who don't use the service. After 3.5 years on council, I'm very pleased to see the progression of the Blue Water electrification project, albeit only a grant application and a commitment to borrow at this stage. The project will not only reduce our carbon emissions, but will reduce our annual energy costs by around $140,000 each year. But I'm uncomfortable with our low level of borrowings. I believe we should be looking at more opportunities to borrow to fund capital projects that provide additional services sooner rather than later, to upgrade our assets and to lower our annual operating costs. It's great to hear that officers are proposing a way forward to use the surplus cash flow from our sale yards to set up, to go into the sale yards reserve so that the business improvement infrastructure needs can be undertaken in the near future, but subject to a review which we'll have completed shortly. It's also good to see some additional funding for Surf Lifesaving Victoria so that we can fund paid lifeguards, so we can assist the funding of paid lifeguards at Kennett River. But I'm uncomfortable with the low level of funding allocated to new footpaths and cycleways. I'm surprised, disappointed that
3 minutes
we have such a...
Councillor Costin.
Almost finished. That such a small length will be built, can be built with the $80,000 allocated. In the 2023 Australian National University, Australian Catholic University Research Survey indicated that footpaths and cycleways were among the top 5 services, local government services of importance to the community. So I urge our community to review the draft budget, to ask questions and to make comments before it comes back to Council for adoption with or without amendment in the June Council meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Councillor Arnott, you reserved.
Thank you, Mayor White. I think it's important for people to acknowledge or understand where a budget like this comes from. It doesn't just come out of thin air. It doesn't just come out as a result of picking up last year's figures and adding a little bit to them. It actually comes from Council having strategic plans in place which inform what the budget should look like. That includes which roads get repaired and when and why, which roads need resealing now compared to what that was done last year, because there's a cycle in place there to make sure that roads don't break down in an appropriate way, because if you don't get there in time, then the cracks open up, the roads break down, and then we have a big problem. So that's all the strategy behind that. Those strategies are formed by the executive under direction by the council. So this budget's designed to deliver that for us. So that's the big picture. And if you look at it, most of the funds in this budget goes to those sorts of things. Renewing our assets, that's the vast majority of where the money's going. Sure, there's a significant component of the budget spent on personnel. I'll charge you to find any business that does not spend a significant amount of its funds on personnel, because people are the key to business. People are the most important asset a business will have, regardless of anything else that they might consider. If you have a look at the number of personnel, there's talked about FTE, full-time equivalent personnel. Where will we cut them from? OPIS, services to our elderly, that's where our biggest growth is, and that's fully paid for. They're paid for by the people who get those services. That doesn't come out of your rates. That's in the FTE, by the way. Building and planning services. Do you want to be able to get a building permit? Do you want to be able to build a house? Do you want to get the planning for your roads to put in for a new development? We need the people in there to do that for us. Can't push them out. Events, gardeners, roads, buildings maintenance, committees that we oversee within the community. All these things need people, resources in this council to do it. We even need the best truck drivers to make sure that the best equipment we buy is looked after. That's a reality. So I don't accept that we've got an overabundance of FTE. The executive have actually made a very good start at looking at efficiencies where they can, and our staff have been very, very open to working proactively in that way, knowing that we're not targeting them. We're actually just looking to achieve the best outcome for everybody. In my experience, in the time I've been here with council, which has only been a bit over a year now, the projects which have shown the greatest problems for council that have come up from the past, and some from many years back, have usually been because we didn't have the right people in the place at the right time to make the right decisions to get the damn right outcome. And so now we're forced to revisit them. I would hate to see us go back to do that. The amount of money that we spend on those fixes far outweighs any savings. The federal and state government continues to impose greater scrutiny over top of us, and greater outcomes, greater compliance, and they never give us any funding for that. So that's where a lot of our problems lie. If we had to comply with all those things immediately, we would have to put another half dozen staff on it, at least. This is what I've been informed. Talking about...
Time, Councillor Costin, you've got a few seconds left.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. There's me. Just saying cut FTE is not a solution. There is no solution in that. There's nothing in there. Not voting for it because you don't like one particular part of the whole budget, that's, I think, is not an appropriate position. Others can take a different view on that. I personally am going to support the budget in its entirety. I commend it to the people for your feedback. If there's something in there you don't like, we'll certainly have a think about that.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Hart, right of reply.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just on the G21 and the carbon offsets, well, they're matters we're going to be discussing later in this agenda, and this is a draft budget. It's most appropriate the amounts are in the draft budget, which may possibly change depending on decisions council makes possibly even later today. I understand the VEC cost of the election is over 200,000, perhaps approaching $250,000. Happy for you to clarify that figure later when you're talking about the budget, but the cost of democratic processes are significant, but that's a significant cost, rightly so, in this draft budget. I think some of the comments, the offhanded comments always say, oh, well, we spend too much on employees. I think it's a bit rough, to be quite candid. Planning, local laws, Blue Water Fitness Centre, the health services, OPES has been touched on, COSWorks, the people who are doing various works, fixing roads and footpaths, and an enormous amount in legal and accounting compliance. The fact is that local government is a highly regulated industry. People these days sue at the drop of the hat if they fall over on a broken bit of footpath, and that means you have to have an enormous amount of staff, not only in areas where people see them day to day, such as Blue Water and local laws and out and about in COSWorks and the gardens and what have you, but in all the accounting and legal compliance. And in fact, this whole process and all the documents and all the works behind it are part of that compliance. So it's very easy to just make offhanded comments about the EFT. What is a lot harder is to contribute a positive contribution in order to come up with a budget that we can exhibit. The alternative is to not exhibit a budget, and once you can't exhibit a budget, can't adopt a budget, well, then you're a completely dysfunctional council.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. I'll now put it to the vote. Councillors, all those in favour? Those against? Carried 5-2. Division, those in favour? Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart, Councillor Potter, Councillor White, Councillor Arnott. Those against? Councillor Hanson, Councillor Finnegan. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to item 9.6, J Barry's Road, Colac West Planning Scheme Amendment, C125 COLA, referral to Planning Panel. The purpose of this report is to consider submissions and adopt parts of the Planning Scheme Amendment that are not in dispute lodged in respect to the Planning Scheme Amendment, C125 COLA, and to refer any unresolved submissions to a planning panel for further consideration in accordance with the provisions of the Planning and Environment Act 1987. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do councillors have any questions of officers? No questions of officers. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any officer wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Potter, be seconded. Councillor Finnegan, is it to be opposed? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I won't speak too long on this. This looks complicated, but I don't think it is as it looks. It's pretty straightforward, really. There's a development plan overlay schedule that applies to two different particular places in Colac West residential area, and also J Barry's Road, Colac industrial area. There were submissions to the overlay schedule, and there was a submitter in relation to the Colac West residential area. That has been resolved by officers, so that becomes a straightforward change now to be approved. There was submissions to the J Barry's Road Colac industrial area overlay schedule, which hasn't been able to be resolved. So the process now is that that goes, well, the recommendation is that goes to a planning panel where those submissions can be determined and a finding made as what happens with that development plan overlay schedule. In relation to J Barry's Road, it's a new industrial area. It's undeveloped at the moment. We're running out of industrial land in this shire, especially around Colac. If we're to attract major industry, heavy industry and so forth, we'd need this to be dealt with. So I'm pleased to support that the recommendation that this goes to a planning panel as soon as possible, hopefully, so that can be determined and we see what the result is, and hopefully get to develop that industrial land at J. Barrows Road.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillor Finnegan.
I think Councillor Potter's put it better than I possibly could, and I've got nothing to add.
Thank you. Any other councillor wish to speak? No other councillor wishes to speak. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Against? That's carried 7-0. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to item 9.7. Proposed property disposal via direct negotiation, Lot 1, 8 to 16 Great Ocean Road, Labours Hill. The purpose of this report is to seek approval to dispose of council-owned property, Lot 1, 8 to 16 Great Ocean Road, Labours Hill. Councillors, before I call for a motion, do any councillors have questions of officers? No questions of officers. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with a report for consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Arnott, be seconded. Councillor Potter, is it to be opposed? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Look, this is a bit like the previous one. It's relatively simple. We just have a piece of land which is of no longer of value to the Shire for personal use. So we're looking to sell that off. It's a bit unusual where the lot is and its shape and size, so it needs to be dealt with in an appropriate manner, and this motion authorises our executive officers to achieve that outcome on behalf of the community.
Thanks. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm pleased to see this on the agenda. This has been talked about for some time, and now we come to the pointy end of the discussion, so I'm pleased to support this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll be supporting this resolution. This particular site has many constraints in terms of the slope of the site, difficulties containing wastewater on the site, factors declared water catchment, and even the frontage of the site being so close to the roundabout that trying to access it would be difficult if you were to build a house on it. I think if this site was sold as a standalone site of 1,000 square metres, the buyer would quite reasonably have an expectation that they could build a house, and that would be a poor outcome due to the constraints of this particular site. Neighbouring sites don't have the same extent of limitations because they don't have the steep topography sloping down to a seasonal creek. So I think offering this site to adjoining landholders is the best option on this occasion, on the condition that it's consolidated into their title. In other words, they'll have a larger block of land. It's a sensible response, even if it means that the amount might not be the highest possible. And part of this, if this is sold, the funds will go into the strategic project reserve. We're talking a short while ago about, well, what is council doing to do with budget issues? Well, not having to maintain assets that aren't used for a purpose is all part of that. And it's not as valuable, but a similar thing when the Bruce Street land was sold and can now be subdivided and that released funds. This will perhaps release a smaller amount, but it'll also have savings in that you're not having people maintaining a property that has no use for the municipality. And it's all part of that picture.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Any other councillors wish to speak? No other councillors wish to speak. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 7-0. We now move to item 9.9, purchase of offsets for council's greenhouse gas emissions, 2021-22 and 22-23. The purpose of this report is to seek a decision from council on the purchase of carbon offsets for the 2021, 2022, 23 financial years to achieve council's commitment to net zero carbon emissions as per the environmental sustainability strategy and the Climate Change Action Plan adopted in October 23. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do councillors have any questions of officers? Questions? Councillor Costin.
I'll just flag I have an alternative motion, thank you.
Any questions? No questions? No questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to the matter? Councillor Costin.
Thank you. I have a short, simple alternative motion. If it could come up on the screen, thank you. It's a motion to resolve not to purchase greenhouse gas emission offsets for the past years and for any future years unless by resolution of council. It reiterates the allocation of the existing funds to the Blue Water project. It proposes to reallocate the draft budget amount for carbon offsets to projects which actually reduce our carbon emissions and lower our energy costs, and proposes that we allocate the same amount in future years for the same purpose, to actually reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and our energy costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Finnegan. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm not sure where we're going with our proposals to purchase offsets to claim net zero emissions. There are a number of councils who do claim net zero emissions, but they're doing so with certified carbon offsets. We purchased certified carbon offsets for the 2021 year, but this time round we're proposing uncertified offsets for some reason. It makes our claim to be net zero fairly tenuous, to say the least. In May 2023, we acknowledged that our communities face a global climate change and biodiversity crisis, one that requires urgent action by all levels of government, including local councils. And the opening sentence of our Climate Change Action Plan recognises the need for more urgent and more extensive actions to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and respond to climate change impacts. One of the main shortcomings with the purchase of uncertified nature-based, vegetation-based offsets is that it's not an urgent action. Science tells us it'll take 30 years or more for the vegetation to offset today's carbon emissions. That's hardly an urgent response. Not only will it take 30 years or more, but each year forward, we'll have to pay the same amount or an increasing amount unless we reduce our actual emissions. Our Climate Change Action Plan, our Environmental Sustainability Strategy, and I think our Council Plan also see options as the option of last resort. But here we are putting it first. I'm not sure why we want to put it first when we can actually look for more projects like the Blue Water project that reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and save our operating costs save on our operating costs at the same time. And I remind you, the Blue Water savings, $140,000 per year. If we put the funding we have for offsets towards direct emissions reduction, we can have an immediate impact rather than waiting for 30 years, hoping that the trees we've purchased through Greenfleet will survive through droughts and storms and bushfires long enough to stake up a questionable amount of carbon. Not only would the emissions reduction get us an immediate result, but it would save our operating costs, as I've just highlighted. We can save our ratepayers money by reducing emissions, not purchasing offsets based on trees that may not survive. To put it bluntly, purchasing vegetation-based offsets is unlikely to have any impact on slowing the rate of global warming. So it's not actually fit for the purpose we want it to be. Thank you.
You, Councillor Costin. Councillor Finnegan?
I'll reserve.
Reserve. Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This isn't just an issue of the importance of recognising the climate crisis, but this is also an issue of proper governance of council. Council adopted its environmental sustainability strategy and climate action plan in October 2023, barely 6 months ago. After significant consultation with the public over an extended period, it was a unanimous adoption of that, 7 out of 7 councillors. Part of that plan contains a commitment to net zero carbon emissions from council's operations, including the purchase of offsets until that's fully met. The officer recommendation, which with a bit of a change I would be happy to move if it gets to that, and foreshadow that I would move something if this motion is lost, gives effect to council's adopted position. If council now wants to change the position, the proper way of doing that is to review the environment strategy and bring that forward. In the meantime, paying for the offsets is consistent with that position. The argument from Councillor Costin appears to be quite confused. On the one hand, he says we shouldn't purchase a green fleet offsets because they're not certified. Well, then I would have expected that he'd be arguing to purchase certified offsets, but he's not. He's arguing it's all too hard, don't do anything with the offsets. Again, I come back to the agreement we've made. And growing trees is a way of sequestering carbon. And of course, on average, some trees fall over, some trees grow to maturity. I'm not going to get too far in a debate on that. Green Fleet, through their work, and that was the proposal in the agenda, improve environmental habitat in Victoria. In the circumstances, I think that would have been the best way to deal with council's commitment. They've done work in the Colac Otway Shire municipality. The criticism levied in relation to purchase of previous offsets was largely to do with purchasing overseas offsets, and that was only a result of a motion that Councillor Costin brought a year or so ago. I think the Blue Water electrification project is a significant project that is looking at reducing council's emissions, but at the same time, we should adhere to our environmental strategy, only adopted 6 months ago, including by Councillor Costin, by purchasing the offsets, and if it is that needs to be reviewed, well, do that. But it is a very confused position taken by this council if, having adopted that strategy, we then vote against the process to implement that without actually reviewing the strategy. I don't know why this wasn't raised back in October if Councillor Costin had such concerns.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I'll be strongly supporting Councillor Costin's motion. I don't think it's a confused position at all. I think it's a better position. And sometimes, council make changes all the time, and sometimes, you realise you have made a mistake. And I think that has been a mistake of council to purchase carbon offsets. It was a topic of conversation in the community. There were letters written, and numerous letters written to the Colac Herald. I actually saved some of them. I've got one of them in front of me, a very strong Green Advocate member of the Climate Action Team criticising council for purchasing those carbon offsets, telling us pretty much to go out and plant more trees to actually make the Colac Otway Shire a better place to live. I think it's the right path to go down, and I thank Councillor Costin for bringing this motion. It was even a topic of conversation at my father-in-law's Probus Club. That's how far this conversation went on, I was absolutely surprised by it. So do you listen to your community or don't you? They don't want to purchase carbon offsets. They want the money spent in our community. So whether it's through projects to reduce carbon emissions and at the same time also getting that economic benefit, that is a great idea. You know, personally as well, I would like the money to go into, you know, more street planting, you know, even trying to achieve some of the goals of the Climate Action Team's street planting initiative. But I think it's a much better idea, and it is about listening to community, and the community do not want to purchase carbon offsets. I think it's about some people trying to make themselves feel good by saying we're carbon neutral. But really, we should be trying to reduce our carbon emissions of our own operations and spending the money in our community. So I thank Councillor Costin for bringing this motion. I will be absolutely supporting it. I'll be very surprised if it doesn't get through.
Councillor Finnegan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think both Councillor Costin and Councillor Hanson have put it best. You know, I think our community has had their say on purchasing of offsets, and they've been quite emphatic in saying that no, they don't want to see their road money spent on purchasing offsets just so we can feel good. You know, Councillor Costin's motion will allow us to spend the money which had previously been budgeted for offsets to be put towards the Blue Water Electrification Project, and will allow us to, you know, reallocate budget allocations for future offsets to go towards, you know, funding or leveraging projects, which will reduce council's greenhouse gas emissions and energy costs. Importantly, we'll actually be spending money on something and getting a tangible outcome for what we do, and I think that's important. You know, I'm not against reducing emissions or working to reduce our emissions or do things to bring down our energy costs or anything of that ilk, but it needs to make financial sense and it needs to make social sense as well. And I don't think, you know, spending money on offsets just so we can feel good is getting good value for money with our ratepayers' money. You know, I think we should always seek to spend ratepayers' money in the way that ratepayers want it spent. And I feel that Councillor Costin's motion walks a line of getting a good outcome in relation to helping reduce council's greenhouse gas emissions and sticking within the spirit of our climate action plan. So I'm supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, right of reply. Yes, I had it written down. Sorry, Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I don't see this as a confused position at all. When we prepared our climate change action plan, our environmental sustainability strategy, I went to great lengths to make sure that we included the carbon emissions hierarchy in that plan. And that hierarchy is such that we prioritise actions to actually reduce our emissions before we offset. Our offsets were an option of last resort. We last purchased certified offsets to claim a position of net zero emissions. We've learned a bit since then. We've learned that our community don't like certified offsets. In fact, they don't like any sorts of offsets at all. It's money going out for little return. The purchase of green fleet offsets, or when we did talk about offsets in our climate change action plan, we expressed a preference for vegetation-based local offsets. Now, the green fleet offsets aren't local, and to hang the local hat on one project in 2016 on the Great Ocean Road is a bit of a stretch to say that these are local offsets. So the proposal to purchase those offsets doesn't really comply with what we said we want to do. So let's act in the best interests of our community and use those funds to implement projects that we're in control of within our municipality that generate economic activity, which also reduce our emissions and save council's energy costs, reduce our operation costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? All those against? The vote is lost, 3-4.
Division.
Division. All those in favour? Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Costin, Councillor Hanson. Against? Councillor Hart, Councillor Potter, Councillor Arnott. Thank you. Councillor Hart, you foreshadowed.
Yes, Mayor, I have foreshadowed a resolution which is quite similar to the officer recommendation except for point 7. Perhaps we could get the officer recommendation up to start with, please. Okay, so the difference is, if you're ready for that, Mayor, which is all to do with follows. So 1 to 6 as per the officer recommendation. Point 7 that reads point B, in other words, point 7 would read, and I'm just, that council reallocated unexpended offset funding to the Blue Water electrification project, etc. So point 7 is now what, just point B. And then there would be a new point 8. Do you want me to let you catch up with that?
You can tell us what point.
Well, point 8 would be that the possible purchase of, so it's not point C, I'm sorry, it's a separate point 8. So that council consider the possible purchase of offsets for the 2023-24 financial year once the annual report has been adopted and the emissions for that year are known. So 7A is deleted. In fact, yeah, I'm just having a quick look at that. Oh, so point 7 will essentially just be what is currently point A. All that introduction to point 7, I wouldn't have thought would be relevant. Six is okay, I think. 1 to 6 is my motion. 1 to 6 is the same as the officer report. Hoping that I haven't contradicted anything in it.
Just picking up on a typo as well there, Councillor Hart in point 8, where it says 2020, and yeah, there it is. Cool.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Do you just want to clarify and confirm that's your motion?
The council considers the possible purchase of offsets for the 23-24 financial year once the annual report has been adopted and the emissions for that year are known. Yeah, I think that's right. I'm happy to hear any concerns initially in terms of how it reads or whether it's reading properly.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. CEO, you've got a comment or a question?
Councillor Hart, would you consider in point 7 just linking that unexpended offset funding to point 6 so that it's very clear for those financial years
Oh, yeah, it's my intention that it's meant to be the leftover from point
Just
6, yes.
so that there's no confusion about does that relate to future years or anything like that?
No,
So
it's not
happy with
intended
that?
to, so I'm
No?
happy for that
So
to reflect.
unexpended offset funding arising from point or resulting from point 6 to the Blue Water Electrification Project. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, that's my intention, and that's consistent with the resolution we passed on 10th of April.
Thank you.
Is everyone clear that's Councillor Hart's motion? Any questions? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter, is it to be opposed? Questions of officers? Yep, we can have some questions.
Thank you. I'll oppose this. The question I have to officers, are there cheaper offsets that could be purchased instead of Greenfleet offsets, and how much could we save?
Through you, Mayor, as indicated in the options section at the bottom of the report on this item, if council was to purchase, well, the cheapest offsets that you can purchase, which are international offsets, for the 2 financial years that we're considering with this report, would be in the order of $20,000. And so there's currently $75,000 available across those 2 financial years. And if you were to purchase offsets, international-based offsets, so not Greenfleet or vegetation-based offsets as recommended, there'd be a saving of around $55,000.
So why are we proposing to buy higher cost offsets when there are cheaper offsets available?
Through you, Mayor, the Environmental Sustainability Strategy outlined a preference for council to purchase vegetation-based offsets, and officers have taken direction from the adopted strategy around making a recommendation to council, but it's open to councillors to make their own decision in that regard.
Follow on, if I may. But didn't the environmental strategy specify nature-based local offsets, and Greenfleet offsets aren't local?
Through you, Mayor, I haven't got the precise wording right in front of me. It says that council, in order of preference, will reduce its emissions, and where it can't reduce its emissions, will purchase offsets. When it purchases offsets, the preference is for vegetation-based offsets, and for the preference for that to be local where practical or possible. We believe that Greenfleet could result in purchase of offsets within Victoria or within the region without there being any guarantee of it necessarily being within the Shire.
Thanks, Mr McNeil.
So if I could just follow up again. So to take up our preference, one of our preferences, there's a whole lot of preferences in the Climate Change Action Plan. One is to reduce our emissions before offsets. That's also a preference. But if we exercise our preference to purchase nature-based offsets, which we don't know whether they're local or not, it's going to cost our ratepayers around $40,000 extra.
Through you, Mayor, as indicated, officers have put forward a recommendation based on what the strategy indicates is council's preference around purchasing offsets, but it's clearly a decision for council to make as to whether it wants to spend less money to purchase international offsets to maintain council's commitment in the strategy of net zero versus purchasing offsets through Greenfleet, which have been recommended. And so the cost of purchasing those offsets is indicated in the report, and it remains an option for a councillor to pursue that.
Thanks. We need to get on with the
I'd
debate.
like to propose an amendment to Councillor Hart's motion. Thank you.
An amendment.
The amendment.
Potter. No.
The amendment.
So before we have an amendment, the councillors need to speak to their motion.
Okay.
Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. In some respect, I'll try not to completely go over everything, but we did adopt an environment strategy that committed to net zero and that would include the purchase of offsets until that's met. That was only in October 2023, 6 months ago. I think with the concerns that a lot of the people in the community had, and there were different, I completely acknowledge there are different views on this whole issue, but some of the concern was the purchase of overseas offsets. And I do think that the Green Fleet, they do work in this municipality, in Victoria, in Australia. I think they're a well-regarded organisation, and there would be an opportunity that if we do this, I would hope and expect that groups such as Landcare groups would be approaching Green Fleet for projects in the municipality, noting council's support. It's not part of this resolution, but I certainly hope that they would do that. They improve environmental habitat in Victoria. Whilst this is largely a mitigation measure, improving environmental habitat of itself is a worthy piece of work and consistent with our environment strategy, which has acknowledged not just a climate crisis, but a biodiversity crisis. The key change I've done, and I think it would be worth showing point 8 if it could be, because I think that's a very important point. I don't know if that can be scrolled down, please, Mayor, that we're dealing with the last 2 years of offsets where we had a lot of consultation, a lot of support for this. It was teased out at part, net zero was teased out as part of the environment strategy, but acknowledging the different views, and there is a space that doesn't need to be there, that for the 2023-24 emissions, you won't know that until after 30th of June, that once that's been worked out, once the annual report's been adopted, that the council will then decide what to do for the amount for the forthcoming budget. And that would allow all these issues to be teased out. But what I'm proposing is consistent with the strategy and the plan that we adopted, 7-0, gives us the opportunity, or gives the council of the day, because I think that will be the next council to look at that, but deals with these, with the current outstanding financial years that have been budgeted for, and the surplus funds would go towards the electrification project, which has been passed in a motion a couple of weeks ago. I think this is a sensible way of working through this issue, and if we need to change the environment strategy, we'll do that as a process.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Councillor Potter?
Can I reserve, Matt?
You can reserve. Councillor Costin?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment, if I could. I think it's mainly in point 6. So following the words, by approving the purchase, taking out nature-based offsets from Green Fleet, to be substituted with the purchase of lowest possible fit-for-purpose offsets, lowest possible cost, sorry, lowest possible cost, and we don't have a source as yet, so I can't replace Green Fleet with a name, but at an estimated cost of $20,000. Yes? No, hang on. We're just removing... I can't read it now that it's read. Can we unread it? Thank you. Yep. We're removing the words of nature-based offsets from Greenfleet. Yep, remove. And we're removing the 61,600 and whatever it is there.
Can you confirm that's
Yes.
what you're looking for? So you move that. Have we
Yep.
got a seconder for that amendment?
Saving of 41,000 something.
Second it. Thank you.
Point of order.
Kate,
I'd refer you to point 30 in the governance rules about an amendment must not be directly opposite to the motion. This motion that I had put was quite clear that we pay an amount to Greenfleet of a nature-based offset. This amendment is removing the nature-based offset and removing any payment to Greenfleet. So I put it to you that it strikes to the core of the resolution that I've moved, and therefore it is a hostile amendment and should be ruled out of order because of point 30. It's a core part of this discussion and this resolution.
thank you, Councillor Hart. I think we might take a 5-minute break to get some advice on that point of order. Thank you. Is Tosh okay? Okay. I've decided it's not a hostile motion. Councillor Finnegan, are you with us? And we'll wait till Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Finnegan, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
So a ruling on the point of order that it's not a hostile amendment and it's not opposite to the original intention. So can you continue, please, Councillor Costin?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is pretty straightforward. To go down Councillor Hart's path would cost us 61,000, cost our ratepayers 61,000 plus. I can't remember the exact number. But we do have an option to still offset our emissions at a cost of around $20,000. We can do that. We can save our ratepayers $40,000. And I think we're obligated to act in the best interests of our ratepayers, our community, and to not overspend on our offsets if there are lower cost options. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. Councillor Hanson, your reserve. Any other councillors? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I won't be supporting this amendment for a number of reasons. Fit for purpose is poorly defined. It removes the nature-based element of the offsets. But most importantly, we've just heard from the councillors who oppose this purchase of any offsets. The motion moved by Councillor Costin earlier was not to purchase any particular offsets, it was to not purchase any offsets. So I think what you're going to find, that if this amendment gets up, I haven't heard Councillor Costin say that he would support purchase of offsets if it was amended in this way. In fact, just 10 or so minutes ago, he was saying how he doesn't support purchasing offsets. I think what we're doing here, and I think we should go vote this amendment down, deal with the last 2 years, and then whatever's done is dealt with in point 8. The risk you're going to find if this amendment goes through is we end up with no decision on this. Because the councillors who are supporting the amendment have just spoken a short while ago saying they do not support purchasing offsets, full stop. The strategies we've adopted in October were for nature-based offsets, not for some unclear concept of fit for purpose. So the motion I put was consistent with the strategy we had adopted.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Potter, then Councillor Arnott.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll speak against this amendment. Concur with Councillor Hart. I don't know what fit for purpose offsets are. To me, this reeks of having to purchase overseas offsets. When we did that previously, I got a shellacking for spending money overseas, not for purchasing offsets, but for spending money overseas. I accept your ruling that this isn't contrary to the purpose of Councillor Hart's motion. I accept your ruling. Don't agree with it, but I accept it. And I just can't support that. This amendment that leads us down the garden path again of going overseas for offsets.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillor Arnott, and then Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you. I just support Councillor Potter and Councillor Hart's comments in respect to this, and note that yes, we did in the environmental plan want to make sure our carbon footprint was as small as it could be, use offsets if we need to get there. But more importantly, in respect to that, was about the protection of the environment. and that was about using these, creating a circumstance where our wildlife could live in a sustainable environment. And you can't do that by purchasing something overseas in some project for some minuscule cost where we don't even know whether it'll work, given that some of the media that's been on about this. So I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm supporting this amendment, even though it appears to me it may be lost. Although obviously I haven't heard your opinion, Mayor. So I probably shouldn't be preempting what your vote may be on this matter. The reality is that I am supporting this amendment because the reality is our role on council is that sometimes, and it's something I say a lot, sometimes we can be stuck between a rock and a hard place, and, you know, all we can do sometimes is take a position that we don't agree with or that the community generally finds as disappointing and make it a little bit worse, a little bit less worse. This amendment would have that effect. I believe that, you know, spending less money on offsets rather than spending more money is a better outcome, even though it's still not the most desirable of outcomes. So that's why I'm supporting this amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I will be supporting this amendment because I think, like Councillor Finnegan, it's a little bit less worse, and then it allows some of that other money, the $60,000, so the difference, $40,000, to end up in other projects within the Shire. I just think $60,000 to spend on carbon offsets is an enormous amount of money, considering how unpopular it was last time.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. I'll now put it to the vote. Sorry, right of reply again. Sorry, Councillor Costin.
Thank you. I like Councillor Hanson's statement that this is a little bit less worse, and it is. Yes, I still strongly believe we shouldn't be purchasing offsets, but if we're forced into this position of purchasing offsets, and we're forced by Councillor Hart's motion to consider offsets, let's take the lowest cost possible. Let's minimise the cost to our ratepayers. There's nothing in this motion that talks about international offsets, nothing at all. So let's get that clear. This is the lowest possible cost of fit for purpose. Fit for purpose means offsets that can be offset against our emissions. There may be still concern about the purchase of offsets, but I think if we went to the community and said, look, there's two options here. One is to purchase offsets at $61,000, or we can purchase offsets which do the same thing, exactly the same thing, at $20,000. Which one would you like? And I'm pretty sure the answer would be go for the lowest cost option. If we reject this amendment, we're imposing a cost of $40,000, an unnecessary cost of $40,000 on our ratepayers, and I can't really see why we would want to do that. The saving is quite considerable. Why would we pay 200% more for something when we can get it at a lower cost? Doesn't make sense. It's not logical.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? Those against? The amendment's lost. 3-4 division. Those in favour? Councillor Costin, Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Hanson. Those against? Councillor Hart, Councillor Potter, Councillor Arnott, Councillor White. Thank you. We'll go back to the substantive motion.
Can I move an amendment to the substantive motion, please?
Another amendment.
Yes, I'd like to, when they're finished here, sorry. Essentially looking to limit the cost of this to a total financial contribution of $25,000, so we won't be buying the full emissions. So meets its commitment to the council plan environmental strategy to working towards net zero greenhouse gas emissions for council operation by approving the purchase of nature-based offsets from Green Fleet equivalent to the maximum amount of $25,000. Sorry. However you word to get the outcome.
That doesn't achieve the result.
If that's contrary to something up further, which is no, I don't think it's contrary to anything else. Yep. I'm sorry?
Councillor Arnott, you've proposed an amendment. Can you confirm the wording of your amendment, please?
Councillor Arnott, should it be to a maximum cost of $25,000?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor White. That is consistent with what I'm looking to achieve.
That's your amendment. Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Costin. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart. Do we have any questions on the amendment? No questions? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. I made it very clear back in March last year when I joined the council that I was not a fan of purchasing of carbon offsets. And I sort of got the reinforcement of that by some of the community feedback afterwards. But I also acknowledge that council has a plan in place. We have a plan in place which has acknowledged people's concerns about the carbon output of the council, and that there is a wish to ensure that we have some recognition of that through, at the moment, use of offsets if we can or where need be. Doesn't necessarily mean that we have to offset the whole lot all at once, because we're not trying to offset all of our emissions all at once. We are working towards that. We acknowledge that it's not an easy task. So I'm not really in favour of spending $61,000 on this right now. I think we have other needs for that we could put the money towards, including reducing our emissions. So my preference is to limit the spend on this right now. Yes, we can move towards a greater reduction in outputs. We will be if we get blue water on the go, and that we have other projects. Now, that's acknowledging that the easy items have been taken off the table already. Dora has already pointed it out to us, that The low fruit's been picked already. We're going to have to stump up some serious money to fix some of our other problems with our fleet and such. But in the meantime, I don't see the need to spend significant amounts of money to get a piece of paper.
Councillor Costin. Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll be opposing this as an amendment because I think the commitment in the plan was for net zero. However, I will acknowledge that this amendment does go at least some way in the right direction in terms of the objectives in the plan, but I don't think it goes the full way, and I think the resolution as I proposed did that and would have been consistent with the plan. So I'll be voting against the amendment, but again, I do acknowledge that even if the motion is amended, it is certainly somewhat closer to the objectives in the plan to many of the other suggestions today, and it may be that it gives us a way through with this issue.
Thank you. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I'm in a similar position to Councillor Hart. I will be opposing this, but it goes through, so be it. I think Council set a carbon neutral target in 2010. It was achieved that in 2022 by purchasing offsets. We were applauded by the community, by many in the community for that achievement. We patted ourselves on the back in the press and elsewhere for being the first rural council to achieve that. And now we're just walking away.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other councillor? Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I will support this amendment. I think that, as I've stated before, spending $60,000 on offsets is just unpalatable for the community, particularly I think in a year where, you know, you can only scratch together $80,000 for footpaths, when encouraging people to get out of their cars and walk is a great way of not only meeting our some of our goals in our health and wellbeing plan, but also reducing your carbon footprint by just encouraging people to park the car and get moving. I actually disagree that we were applauded by people in the community. I cannot remember being applauded at all by about purchasing carbon offsets. I very distinctly remember the letters to the editor, and I think I was the mayor at the time, and the criticism that came through, actually pretty much saying that, you know, making fun of us for patting ourselves on the back that we'd achieved carbon neutrality, and, you know, almost, you know, saying it's not real because you should be doing it through, you know, your own operations, not through purchasing carbon offsets. I have a very different memory, and maybe because I was the mayor at the time and maybe I felt it more, I'm not sure. So that's why I'm quite strongly, you know, not a fan of purchasing carbon offsets, but this is certainly a much better outcome than what has been presented previously.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Councillor Costin, you reserve.
Thank you, Mayor. There were a few in our community who did agree with the purchase of certified offsets to offset the 2021 year emissions. And they were comfortable with that because it was certified. It had added some rigour, some integrity to our claim of being net zero. However, the purchase of green fleet offsets moves away from that. These are uncertified offsets. Effectively, you have to ask, are they fit for purpose? But having been caught again between a rock and a hard place, to quote Councillor Finnegan, we now find ourselves at this position. It's a difficult position because one would have to ask now why we're actually purchasing any offsets. Why? Because it won't get us to a net zero position, a questionable net zero position with uncertified offsets. My position still is we shouldn't be buying any offsets. We should be putting the money to better use, local projects, rather than green fleet offsets. But having got here, I find myself having to support this amendment. And I thank Councillor Arnott for actually proposing the middle ground.
Councillor Arnott, right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor White. Look, as Councillor Costin, I guess, observed, what I'm trying to do is create a middle ground here, somewhere to go. I have stated that I'm not a big fan of the offsets by any means whatsoever. If I could achieve the outcomes the community wanted without them. But I also agree with Councillor Hart. One of the components of what he talks about, that we do have this embedded in an agreement with that we use these to some extent. And we did have some community consultation about that. And whilst this doesn't answer the concerns about carbon output emissions, it does improve the environment for our species, and that's a key component what's in our plan. If you have a look at the plan, it's got so many pretty pictures about in there with animals and plants and whatever, and that's all about the environment. And there's more words in there about that than what there is carbon output. So that's why I think that this is a reasonable outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. I'll now put it to the vote, put the amendment to the vote. Councillors, all those in favour of the amendment? All those against? The amendment is carried 4-3. Division, all those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Costin, Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson. Against, Councillor Hart, Councillor Potter and Councillor White. Thank you. Now we go back to the substantive motion. And I've lost my thread now. Who moved the substantive? That's you, Councillor Hart. Where are we up to? Back to you. Oh, you'd spoken? Where were we up to?
I think you need to invite
I've
others.
spoken and moving. I'm sorry if I may, Mayor. I suspect that the next port of call is to ask if anyone else wants to speak about the actual motion that we're now considering.
The substantive motion that we've now considered with Councillor Arnott's amendment. Does anyone wish to speak? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Whilst I've already spoken a bit about this through the amendment, it's important for people to know that we have been making a lot of inroads to the carbon outputs for this community. We have spent over 1.5 million in the last 10 years to reduce our carbon outputs, which includes about 500,000 in grants. That's been fully recouped through ongoing savings of about 250 grand a year, which is a result of those upgrades. What I'd really love to see is that sort of investment back into reducing further emissions if we could. Again, acknowledging that the easy targets have already been missed or reached, if you like, or picked upon. But hopefully we can look at projects in the future, get some grants, more grants in if we can, or assist Dora with the outcome to mean that we won't need to look at buying offsets in the future at all.
Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Costin.
Thank you. I'll support this motion, even though I don't agree with the purchase of offsets. But I'll support this motion because it is a better option for our ratepayers. It's a better use of our scarce ratepayer funds. We're spending up to a maximum of 25,000 instead of 62,000, so that's quite a saving. We can do a lot with that 40,000 on something else, whether it be footpaths or whatever. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Potter, you reserved? Okay. You're reserved.
Well, I did. I'm happy to speak.
Yeah, so Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I'll just briefly say I think this is much better than where it started. But as I have stated, I don't support the purchase of carbon offsets. I think when I first got onto council, the big buzzword was active transport, and you know, it's all about trying to get people outside and fit and healthy and active. And then, you know, 7 odd years down the track, you know, I'm at a point where you know, the budget's going out with only $80,000 in it for new footpaths, yet we were nearly going to spend $60,000 on carbon credits. I'm not sure what's happened, but I feel like we've got off track. So I certainly won't be supporting carbon offsets. I just hope at some point this council can get back on track and spend community money in the community.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I won't be supporting this. I do thank Councillor Hanson for the analogy about or the link to footpaths and active transport. I thought that's well done, but I think you're either in or you're out. You're buying admissions to achieve a council position or aim to be net zero. This doesn't do that. So I'm happy not to spend any money.
Councillor Hart, right of reply.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm really surprised at where we're ending up on this, having just adopted that plan in October. I will be supporting this resolution. I urge councillors to support it so we can deal with this issue and move on. And I think it is a worthy part of the plan that to improve the environment, quite apart from the offsets aspect, we acknowledged a climate and biodiversity crisis, and this contributes to that part as well. And fortunately, because of the wording of the resolution in 10th of April to do with the electrification project, anything that is not spent, which will be the approximately $50,000 or so, will go towards that project and effectively reduce the call on the strategic project reserve for the electrification project.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. I'll now call on a vote. Councillors, all those in favour of the... Those against? Carried 4-3. Division, all those in favour? Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart, Councillor White, Councillor Arnott. Those against? Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Potter, Councillor Hanson. Thank you. Yep. Tosh, did you want to say something?
Yeah, unfortunately I've just had some family news, and I have to leave the meeting, so I do apologise, but I'll leave you in the capable hands of my 6 colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Hope all is well. All the best. Thank you. We now move on to item number 9.10, Quarterly Budget Report. For noting, the purpose of this report is to provide the quarterly performance report for the period 1st of October to the 31st of December 2023. Before I ask a motion, councillors have any questions of officers? No questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Arnott, seconder.
So I'm moving the recommendation by the officers.
Councillor Arnott, you're moving the officers' recommendation?
Correct.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Potter. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Well, this is a quarterly report that obviously we get every quarter. It updates the council on the financial circumstances and where we're headed. It's good to see that we're actually still heading in the right direction as far as this year to date is concerned. I thank the officers for the provision of this and for the clarity and information it provides to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
I don't wish to speak. Thanks, Mayor.
Don't wish. Any other councillor wish to speak? No one else wishes to speak. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 6-0. Thank you, councillors. Now we move to item 9.11, Best Value Review of the Age and Disability Services Reports. For noting, the purpose of this report is to present... Oh, sorry, we have a conflict. Thank you, Mr. Sheeran.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just like to declare a conflict of interest for this item, 9.11, as close family members receive domestic support from council through the Commonwealth Home Support Program.
Thank you, Mr. Sheeran. So the purpose of the report is to present the final documents in relation to the independent best value review undertaken into Council's aged and disability services by Lake Advisory Proprietary Limited. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do councillors have any questions of officers? Councillor Hart.
Mayor, before I get into the meaty part, can I suggest, I've got a question about the item number in terms of the agenda, and it might need to be considered for the minutes. On my agenda it says it's item 9.4, but it's not, it's item 9.11. Is it getting late in the night? Have I imagined it? If it is, may I suggest that someone needs to sort that out when we get the minutes?
I noticed it earlier too.
It's not.
Yes, I got the
CEO?
same.
Yeah, I can confirm it's 9:11. Thanks.
Thank you. Have you got a question, Councillor Hart?
Is it the intent of council that at the May meeting that a final decision will be made on this service, or is it the plan that there'd be some sort of discussion with the community and the report, what the various reports say?
Thank you, Councillor Hart. CEO?
Thanks, Councillor Hart, through the chair. So officers have not yet written the May meeting report nor shaped the recommendation. So we actually haven't locked that in at the moment, but what we want tonight is to present for councillors' information the relevant deliverables from the best value review to date. They contain a range of important information for councillors to consider. We'll have some confidential briefing session discussions in coming weeks, and then we'll shape what the recommendation is, but we will be looking for direction from council, as much direction as council is able to give in a definitive manner at that meeting, because we know that our clients, community and staff are very keen to know the outcome.
Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. Noting the point 3 of the resolution, which says that the Lake Advisory reports are confidential, does that mean in discussing this resolution we can't refer or in any way comment on content of that report?
I think that councillors should be cautious about commenting on the content of the confidential attachments, yes. Which is why we're not asking for anything more tonight than to receive them, as much as anything so that the community, the staff and the clients are aware that the milestone of the consulting reports having been finalised has been achieved.
Any other questions? No other questions? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to the matter? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I won't say I'm happy. I'm prepared to move the recommendation, but with an extra point that deals with a process for disclosing the core findings at a minimum of the consultants' reports that are currently confidential. And I think clause 6, I think I could live with clause 6, but as I say, I won't use the word happy in moving this one.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Arnott. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. This is obviously a very important service, and I'd go so far as to say one of the most fundamental services and valued by the people who use it in local government. We've just had discussions on all sorts of different issues, and I think this would be I think most people would agree this is a real core and important service. I can't say too much because the report's confidential. I have raised some concerns about specific assessments contained in that report and asked questions about it. I'm disappointed that we can't release that report today. And I'm have a concern, and hopefully clause 6 will address this concern if this motion's adopted, that the community shouldn't just be reading these reports or what it's all about, what the conclusions are, on the Friday or the weekend before a council meeting. There needs to be something more than that. So that's my concern. Perhaps point 6 might alleviate it. Not much else I can say because it's been declared confidential, and other than to say that I have raised some specific questions about aspects of the report.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. It's good to be getting to this stage of it. Unfortunately, I've been out of the loop of this for much of the time. I had a conflict of interest for a while, which no longer exists, just to reaffirm that for the community. But, and I can see where Councillor Hart's coming from here. He wants to give the community as much opportunity as possible, but that needs to be balanced against us and the officers having opportunity to react to the report as it is, and for us to do the same, so that we can all get a good understanding of it, because I imagine that once it goes out, the community will have questions and that will be understandable, and we need to have the answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Hanson.
Just to say, I share Councillor Hart's concerns, and I think there does need to be a way to ensure that both councillors and the community have the right time.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Any other councillors? No other councillors. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 6-0. We'll move now on to item 9.12, award of contract 2414, Queen and Wilson Street intersection, raised pedestrian platforms. Purpose of this report is to approve and award contract 2414 for construction of raised pedestrian platforms at Queen and Wilson Street intersection. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, does any councillor have a question of officers? Councillor Arnott.
Can we get an explanation, please, for the community as to what this work will entail? What will we have at the end of this?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. So the works would include safer pedestrian crossings, raised pedestrian crossings at each of the 4 roads. So at the moment we do have small traffic islands there, but we need to redevelop those to include raised pedestrian crossings. It's obviously a highly used roundabout on Queen Street and Wilson Street, which are 2 quite major streets. So the final outcome would be a much safer crossing for pedestrians.
Thank you, Mr. Sharon. Councillor Costin.
So what's the objective of the raised crossings? What are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to slow traffic down or what?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. So yeah, that is one of the objectives, slow the traffic down, but also give priority to pedestrians at what is quite a major roundabout. So this project is predominantly funded through the federal government's Black Spot program. So the ultimate aim is to slow the traffic down and give priority to pedestrians and make it a much safer roundabout for our community.
Follow on, if I may. Is there any Vic Roads or whoever, Regional Roads Victoria approval requirements for these pedestrian crossings, and have we met those requirements?
Through you, Mayor, my understanding is that we would need approvals from Vic Roads, being so yes, and we're working through that.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. And you noted that this is through Black Spot funding federal government. So obviously there's been a history of accidents or incidents at this intersection which this is going to address.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, so that was the subject, the basis of the funding application to the federal government, and hence the project was funding on that basis, the data that we were able to provide.
And this was the recommended mitigation process for that outcome?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Sheeran. Any other questions? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Arnott, to be seconded. Councillor Hart, is it to be opposed? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor. It's with pleasure that I move this motion. I do travel Queen Street a bit and have to go over that intersection. I can tell you the cars fly through there. They come down Wilson Street as if like there's no tomorrow, and there's some of them, often you'll go down to Queen Street and you'll see them coming and they're not looking. So if there's some islands there, it's going to slow them down. I see pedestrians approach this with trepidation at times. There's a number of times that I've stopped on purpose, slowed down and stopped and looked at a pedestrian in their eye and got them to walk across in front of me using my vehicle as a block, because otherwise cars will just plough through there as if they don't exist. So but something needs to be done. I hope that this gets the work or the outcome that we're looking for, to get people to have a look, get the traffic to slow down a bit and give the pedestrians something safer to work with.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Hart.
This is an important project and I support the comments that Councillor Arnott's just made about it.
Thank you. Any other councillor? No other councillors? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 6-0. Thank you, councillors. We will now move on to item 9.13, and it's our future commitment to G21 Geelong Region Alliance. The purpose of this report is to confirm Council's commitment to G21 Geelong Region Alliance, including endorsement of Council's financial contribution for 24-25. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do I have any questions of officers? Questions, Councillor Hart?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and I foreshadow I have an alternative. My question is, has the as of right chair of G21, it's gone, I believe it used to go to the Mayor of Geelong. Has that changed since the funding arrangements from Geelong have changed? So what is the arrangement for chair, and does that arrangement that held for a long time still hold, that the position was held by the Mayor of Geelong?
Thanks, Councillor Hart, through the chair. There are matters that are for the G21 board to consider, and some of those things are still going through a process of consideration, and with the review of not just the operations of G21 to make sure it's an efficient organisation. Geelong and others have had conversations around some of those matters. I'm not probably going to say much more until the board works through all of that process and comes to an agreement, but it is one of the things that's been reviewed.
Another question, Councillor Hart.
Directly relevant to that. So is the chair of G21 currently the Mayor of Geelong?
No, it's not. The chair at the moment is an independent member, Melissa Stevens, and that's been the case since the Mayor of Geelong withdrew from representation on the board, as did the CEO of Geelong in April 2023. Pleasingly, with the recommitment from Geelong, the Mayor and the CEO have returned and attended the last board meeting, but there has been no formal change to the position of chair at this time.
Thank you, CEO. Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a question in relation, and you may not be able to give any indication, but in relation to fellow member or potential member councils of G21 and the optional reduced membership amount, compared to previous years. Are there indications that other member councils may continue their contribution at the rate that they have over the last few years?
Geelong's position was formalised last month. I'm not sure how much of that they have addressed in an open meeting, so I don't have much I can say there. I'm aware that the Surf Coast Shire Council had an item in their agenda for last night's meeting, and that was the result of conversations between councils and officers, and that the recommendation of officers was to maintain the full funding that Surf Coast had been contributing. I didn't watch the meeting and I don't think their minutes are up yet, so I don't know the outcome. That was the recommendation. My understanding is that the Golden Plains Council has, through their budget, only included a reduced amount, not foreshadowing an option of a higher amount. And Queenscliff Council, their meeting is tonight. I didn't look at their agenda. I don't know the recommendation.
Councillor Potter.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. This might be a difficult one as well, CEO, but I think a confidential briefing we had from the CEO and the chair of G21 in relation to budget moving forward. If the new funding arrangements are adopted, there was a shortfall of a small amount that was raised with us at one stage. I don't know if that's still current, but I think from memory it was about 80K. Potentially, could councils be asked to add some money to make up that shortfall if the membership levels amount stay as recommended, that is Colac's contribution of 28,412?
Well, I can't speak about what the board may or may not do in response to a shortfall if there is one. What I can say is that the chair and CEO came and spoke to council and had an opportunity to explain the reshaping of the organisation, and that significantly lower costs to operate have been able to be established, and it's still a challenge to get the revenue. And the board is working through that. But I don't think that the board would expect councillors or councils to be considering this item this week, which 4 councils are, and then turn around and come back in a hurry. I think that the board will be working with the direction that they get from the councillors.
Thanks, CEO. I know it was a bit difficult with confidentiality, but thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other councillors have questions? Councillors, I have a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Oh, you foreshadowed a motion, Councillor Hart.
I think it's, there it is. I think it's essentially quite similar to the recommendation, except it maintains the funding at $47,000. And if I get a seconder, I'll discuss it.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Arnott. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hanson. Councillor Hart. Yes.
Thanks, Mayor. And I think it's very interesting because in 2003, when my early times as a councillor and the CEO first started talking about G21, some of us did sort of wonder, well, what's this G21 thing? But over many years, G21 has proven to be very supportive of the broader Geelong region and Colac Otway Shire in particular. There are many examples of their support, but I've only got time to touch on a couple or a few. G21 at all times supported the advocacy for the duplicated highway from Geelong through Winchelsea and then Colac. In 2012, when the chair of the Great South Coast to our west was questioning the need to duplicate the highway from Winchelsea to Colac, was undermining support for that in the lead up to the 2013 election, G21, in contrast, was steadfast and unwavering in their absolute support for that project, the highway duplication, and now we see that it obviously has been built and operating. Of course, there was also an abrasive, outspoken Colac Otway mayor that was also arguing for that project at that time in 2012. More recently, with the partnership with G21, they did a whole lot of strategic planning work that ultimately led to our planning work for Colac 2050 for this municipality, identifying the need and the foundations, the planning foundations for many of the rezonings for residential land, especially in Colac, that are going on now. Interestingly, at the time, Colac Otway was criticised by some people closer to here for the Colac 2050 project. It was considered by some to be unnecessary. With the benefit of hindsight, the only valid criticism I see of us is we probably should have done that work 4 years earlier. So again, this was something that contributed to by that advocacy and representation of a strong and determined G21 for the region and for Colac Otway. More recently, again, another example, G21 had a key role in helping to secure city deal fundings for this region. The issues to do with that project, well, let's not get started on Gorkappa, but G21 has always been a positive influence and supporter of this shire. They're just three significant ones that I've said. You could bring out dozens of others. I don't have the time for that, but I think I've demonstrated that this has been a consistent over a period of years. I note that since reducing their commitment, Geelong doesn't currently have the chair of G21. Personally, I think that they shouldn't have that as of right. And interestingly, Colac Otway Shire in 2012 was the only council to oppose that change when the constitution was changed to give Geelong Mayor the chair of G21 as of right. It's a great improvement, in my view, that it isn't tied in that way at the moment. I think we should also be looking to the support for G21 for the Blue Water electrification project. I don't think we should be starving this for funds, the G21. To plan to cut our contribution is to my view, penny wise and pound foolish. If you do want to look at a funding of external organisations, and I think we should, Council pays $100,000 a year to be a member of the Great Ocean Road Regional Tourism Group, GORT. Colac Otway gets significant value and support from its G21 membership. I doubt we get anywhere near that level of value from our membership of GORT, Great Ocean Road Regional Tourism, yet we pay them more than double, $100,000 a year. I think that needs to be looked at, but I don't think that we should be cutting our funding to G21. I think we've already got significant value and will continue to do so, but we should help G21 and not starve it of funds.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Arnott.
Reserve the right, thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Any other councillors wish to speak? Oppose? Councillor Hanson.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be supporting. Well, I would support the officer recommendation on this. The membership for G21 has always been based on a per capita payment, and I think it's it's interesting now that per capita these smaller councils, of which Colac Otway I think is the smallest council that's part of Borough of Queenscliff will be the smallest council, but one of the smaller councils of G21 will be now paying more per capita than Geelong. I actually take my hat off to the City of Greater Geelong councillors who voted, I guess, really to challenge G21. I'm glad they're back in it and I'm glad G21 survived, but I don't think there's anything wrong at all with challenging the model. My personal opinion, I think G21 has done some fantastic things, but I do think over the last few years, it'll be better off for the challenge. It has, to me, seemed a bit rudderless. So therefore I do take my hat off to those councillors who challenged G21, and I'm glad they've had a relook at it. I'm glad that Geelong's back in it. I also agree that it'd be better to have an independent chair, not necessarily a chair from one of the councils. But I think it is the right thing for G21 to have a look at its operations. to do things more efficiently. Councils have to do that. I think G21 should do the same. I actually also think that over the last few years they've probably expanded, or a number of years have expanded into areas that really probably wasn't really what G21 was about. So I won't be supporting maintaining the funding. I think it should be maintained as what it has been and successfully been over the last 10 plus years on a per capita basis. And I think it's bizarre that this is coming before us when our budget's out. So I don't know what will happen if we get budget submissions about it, whether we can change it in the budget again. I guess we can, because that's what the budget's about. But I definitely won't be supporting maintaining the current funding, and I certainly look forward to the discussion around membership of GORT.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I'll be supporting this. I think this is a worthwhile investment on behalf of the community. Councillor Hart touched on the city deals and G21's role in that. I think he underplayed it a little bit. G21 were critical to the successful application for the city deals program at the time. There was competition from Bendigo and I think over in East Gippsland, and the role G21 played in securing that deal was absolutely crucial. In recent times, G21 have completed a transport strategy. The government were nearly driving down to G21 to get hold of that strategy. Such is the importance that the government places on the work and the output of G21 on a regional basis. Likewise, the 5-year G21 strategy presented to politicians from both sides, because G21 work is extremely valuable. It's valuable to the region and it's valuable to Colac. And whilst it was undergoing the restructure, such was the esteem that G21 was held in by the government stepped in and tried to offer some way forward for keeping G21 together. So that just indicates the worth to this region and to Colac of G21, and I'm happy to support this.
Councillor Potter, any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Arnott, you reserved.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor White. Look, I think with this sort of thing, we need to move away from cost and look at value. And we have received extraordinary value as a community from our membership in G21 over the time, and I believe we will continue to do so. G21 wasn't challenged by Geelong Shire or Geelong Council to restructure. They were challenged by us and other councils who were staying there to do what they could to help bring Geelong back to the table. And they've been successful in that. So it wasn't a challenge by Geelong, it was a challenge by the rest of us to see how we could make this work better for Geelong, because their contribution was extraordinary in size and monetary terms, and probably disproportionately so. And I think that they felt that, and they cut it, not because of anything about the G21, but because they just run out of money. So we were able to get them to reconsider that. They come back to the table. We've been provided a presentation by the CEO and the chair, which shows that if we do give a bit of extra support, they'll be able to do much more. And there's talk about there from other councils who are going to do similar to us. So I think if we can achieve this outcome and support G21 for the future, so they've got something to build with, they've got some strength to go forward with, we will get far more than this back out of it. I'd be extremely surprised if we did not.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? I'm not good at remembering right of reply, sorry. Councillor Hart, I think it's something to do with the time.
Just briefly, I think the point was well made about the respect and the influence that G21 has on both major political parties during federal and state elections. I think the point's been well made by some councillors about the contribution and how just giving that little bit extra to G21, we'll get much more back on that, on the work that they can do to really, to be quite candid, on so little. I don't think we should get bogged down on the per head calculation in that, Geelong will still be making a substantial higher contribution to G21 than the rural councils.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. I'll now call for a vote. Councillors, all those in favour? Against? Carried 5-1. Division? Those in favour? Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart, Councillor Potter, Councillor White, Councillor Arnott. Against? Councillor Hanson. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we've hit the bell time for, our governance rule says after 4 hours. We need to take a pause and we need a councillor to move a motion to continue on past 8 p.m. And the meeting can't continue past 6 hours according to our rules. We're up to 4?
Yeah.
4 and 4 is 8? We've been going 4 hours. Yeah. So we've been going 4 hours. And and then I said that we cannot continue past 6 hours according to our governance rules. So our governance rules say at 4 hours we need a motion.
If it helps me,
yeah, to keep going.
I'm prepared to move a motion, we keep going, but I reckon we could afford to have a short
5 minute
break.
5 minute Sorry, Kate.
So we can have 10 minutes. Yeah. So,
all right, we'll have a 10-minute break.
So with respect, Mayor, that we do continue, but perhaps that and I'll leave it to your discretion that we have a 10-minute break, perhaps.
10 minutes is fine, but I'm just going with the governance rules. Thank you, Graham.
Is there any pressing business that needs to be resolved tonight?
Let's just do it.
We're nearly there.
We're nearly there, Graham.
We're nearly there.
Do we need a seconder?
Yes, we need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Oh, I don't know. It's in the rules. Yes, so we've got a vote. That's right. All those in favour? Against? To keep going. Carried? 5 or 6-0? Abstaining. Ten-minute back at 20 past 8. How many have we got to go? You're right to go. I don't know. We're up to 9.14. I've got a 9.14. I've got a 9.14 on my agenda here. But it's on the sidebar. It's on the sidebar, but it's not there. Let's get going. Thanks, councillors, for your patience and fortitude. We now move on to the next item, 9.14, the appointment. CEO, you want to declare a conflict?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I will just restate that I have a mature conflict of interest in item 9.14 relating to the appointment of the independent member to the CEO Employment Matters Committee, as both the member and committee will have a role in that relates to my employment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on. The purpose of the report is to advise Council on the selection and appointment of an independent chair to the Colac Otway Chief Executive Officer Employment Matters Committee. Before I ask for a motion, do councillors have any questions? No questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does a councillor wish to move the motion? Councillor Hart.
I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart.
Just briefly, this is a very important committee that where the councillors collectively review the performance of the CEO. The CEO is the only position that councillors are responsible for selecting and choosing and employing. And the independent person, although I can't reveal them at the moment, is well qualified for the role. And I understand that if this motion is passed, in due course there will be disclosure as to who that person is.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. I concur with Councillor Hart's comments. This person has presented very, very well for the task. It was pleasing to see we had a number of very strong applicants, and we ended down to this particular person who were able to interview on a couple of occasions. And we believe this will help to assist to move forward with the appropriate governance of this procedure in a manner that is required under this constitution. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm pleased to support this. This is an improvement to the way we handle this issue. We haven't done this before since I've been on council. I think this is a good move to do it this way. Might have even been a suggestion of Councillor Hanson's, might have that wrong, but I thought it was. The government, local government inspectorate, look at how council interact and deal with the CEO and make sure that there's proper processes around KPIs and reviews and all the rest of it. And this goes a long way to making sure that we're doing everything correctly and looking after our CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 6-0. Thank you. Item 9.18 is update to the S6 Instrument of Delegation Council to members of council staff. The purpose of this report is to present an updated S6 Instrument of Delegation for council members of staff for each of the relevant acts and regulations as a result of the biannual update to legislation as advised by Maddox Legal Service. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do I have any questions for officers? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mayor. I think the CEO almost knows what I'm going to ask before I ask it. My understanding of this delegation instrument, as you said, it was to do with some legal changes, but the core delegations that council has in relation to how many objections something comes to the planning committee or the circumstances of something in the farm zone being recommended for refusal coming to a planning committee, my understanding is that none of those delegations have changed in this instrument that we're considering today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, CEO. Any other questions? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Potter. Have I got a seconder? Councillor Arnott. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. Basically a procedural motion or action, so happy to support the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
It's through the instrument of delegation that we're able to empower our CEO and subsequent employees of this organisation to make decisions on behalf of the Shire, to do the duties, to perform their duties, for the organisation to actually function in an appropriate manner, because obviously all these decisions cannot become passed to every council in an operational way. That's just not practical. It would be a silly process. So this is an important thing. It is, as Councillor Potter, rather administrative, but it's important. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Any other councillors wish to speak? No other councillors wish to speak. Councillors, I will now call for a vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 6-0. Thank you. Councillors, no, item note 9.19 is the noting of informal meetings of councillors' record. That's just for noting. Thank you. Item 10 is delegate reports. Councillors, do we have any delegate reports? No delegate reports. Thank you. We'll move on to item 11, urgent business. There are no items of urgent business. Thank you. We go to item 9.17. Councillors, we move that this item of business be put to the end of the agenda. I understand the intention is to have this considered in a closed session. Councillors, can I have a motion that pursuant to the provisions of the Section 66 of the Local Government Act, that the meeting be closed to the public and council move into a closed session in order to deal with matters that relate to the personal information under Section 3(1)(f). Do I have a mover?
I'll move that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hart. Oh, sorry. Do we have any questions? Sorry, I was going a bit fast, wasn't I?
Just to be clear, that we're going in committee to consider item 9.17, but we do not have draft minutes, so we're not. The agenda paper says minutes of a closed session, but we don't have those available, so we're not considering minutes. Is that a correct understanding? So we're only going in for this one item.
That's
okay,
right.
that's fine.
That's right.
Yep,
just
that's
one
fine.
item.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. So you'll second that? Thank you. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Call for a vote to close the 6-0 carried. Thank you. The meeting will now be closed to the public to allow for the hearing of the closed session items on the agenda. And for this reason, the live stream will now cease. Thank you, everybody, for joining us and being patient for our long meeting.